Section 1. The town that radiation built. Let's start with the one that explains everything. Not one mystery, not one character, everything. Every yellow face, every impossible recovery, every reset, every forgotten catastrophe, every quirk you've accepted is just part of the show's charm. All of it traceable to a single source. A single cracked, leaking, federally ignored source sitting at the edge of town, humming softly beneath the Springfield skyline, its cooling towers releasing thin wisps of steam into air that has been quietly, patiently, systematically poisoning an entire population for over 3 decades. The Springfield nuclear power plant is not a backdrop. It is not set dressing. It is not a convenient employer for Homer Simpson, so the writers had an excuse to put him in a hard hat. It is the engine of everything wrong with this town. And the most disturbing part of that statement is not the theory itself. It is how long the show has been telling you this directly, explicitly, with zero ambiguity, and how thoroughly we have all been trained to look past it. So let's stop looking past it. Let's look straight at it, calmly and carefully, the way you might look at something that has been hiding in plain sight your entire life. The Springfield nuclear power plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. It is owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns, the oldest, wealthiest, and most comprehensively corrupt individual in Springfield's history. It is the primary source of electrical power for the entire town, which means every person in Springfield is financially dependent on Burns for the electricity that runs their homes, their schools, their businesses, their hospital equipment. The economic relationship between the plant and the town is not incidental, it is total. Burns doesn't just employ a portion of Springfield, Burns powers it. The moment you understand that distinction, the rest of the theory clicks into place like a mechanism that was always meant to lock. Now, the safety record. A surprise safety inspection of the Springfield nuclear power plant found 342 violations. Not three, not a dozen. 342 separate documented instances where the facility was operating in a manner so far outside acceptable parameters that a regulatory body felt compelled to write it down. The estimated cost to bring the plant up to compliance with basic safety standards was $56 million. Burns refused to spend it. Let that settle for a moment. A billionaire. And Burns is described across multiple episodes as a billionaire many times over. A man whose personal fortune dwarfs the GDP of small nations looked at a $56 million bill to make his facility safe for the human beings living within its radius. And he said no. Not because 56 million was beyond his means. Not because he didn't understand the risk. He said no because fixing the violations would mean acknowledging they existed. And acknowledging they existed would mean opening a door he had spent decades holding shut with every resource at his disposal. What was behind that door? What were those 342 violations actually describing? The show tells us, not all of them obviously, but enough. Radioactive waste being dumped directly into local waterways. Radioactive waste being deposited on children's playground equipment. Plutonium being used as a paperweight on someone's desk. Not stored in a containment unit. Not handled according to protocol. Sitting on a desk as a paperweight. Cooling towers cracked through to their core, patched with chewing gum. Actual chewing gum. By employees who either didn't understand the severity of the problem or understood it completely and had simply stopped caring. Luminous rats running through the facility's internal passages, their bodies glowing from sustained contact with radioactive material, living evidence of what the plant was doing to organic tissue in real time. And then there is the detail that the show drops so casually it barely registers, and which, once you notice it, you cannot stop thinking about. Skeletons in the basement. human skeletons in the basement of an operating nuclear power facility. The show does not explain who these people were. It does not explain how they came to be there. It does not explore what event or series of events could possibly result in human remains being present in the basement of a reactor building. It simply shows you the bones, lets the image sit for a beat, and moves on. And nobody in Springfield, not a regulator, not a journalist, not a concerned citizen, asks a single follow-up question about the human bones beneath the nuclear power plant. This is worth pausing on. In the real world, the discovery of unidentified human remains inside any facility would trigger an immediate investigation. Inside a nuclear facility, it would trigger something considerably more alarming. The presence of those skeletons implies not just death, but concealed death. Bodies that were never reported, never investigated, never accounted for by anyone with the authority to demand accountability. It implies a level of institutional corruption so complete that the most basic mechanisms of civic oversight had simply ceased to function. In Springfield, it's a background gag. Now, the man responsible for ensuring none of this happens, the person whose literal job description is to stand between the plant's violations and the population it threatens. Homer Simpson. Safety Inspector Sector 7G, Springfield Nuclear Power Plant. The show's own creator has stated that Homer has an IQ of 55. For reference, an IQ below 70 is generally considered to fall within the intellectually disabled range. Homer does not merely approach that threshold. He sails past it with room to spare. And this is not purely a measure of test performance. The show has built an entire portrait of Homer's cognitive reality across hundreds of episodes, and the picture it paints is consistent. A man who struggles to follow simple chains of logic, who cannot hold a sequence of instructions in his working memory long enough to execute them, who responds to most complex situations with panic, distraction, or a sudden desire for donuts. In the episode where Homer discovers a crayon has been lodged in his brain since childhood, an actual physical crayon pushed through his nasal passage as a small boy and embedded in the soft tissue of his frontal lobe. The removal of that crayon causes his measured IQ to jump dramatically. He becomes articulate. He becomes perceptive. He understands things he has never understood before. His intelligence, freed from the physical obstruction suppressing it, rises to meet his actual potential. And then he has the crayon put back in. But we will get to that later. The point is this: the man responsible for preventing radioactive contamination from escaping the Springfield nuclear power plant is a man with an IQ of 55, a foreign object embedded in his brain, and a documented habit of sleeping at his workstation, eating donuts during active meltdown warnings, and, yet in one canonically acknowledged incident, throwing a pastry into the reactor core to see what would happen to it. Homer Simpson is not merely a bad safety inspector. He is arguably the least qualified person for this specific job who has ever existed. And he has been performing it, or rather not performing it, for the entirety of his adult working life. This is where the theory begins to take on its real shape. Because Burns knows. He has always known. The show makes this explicit repeatedly across dozens of episodes in ways that are too consistent and too specific to be accidental. Burns is not unaware that Homer is catastrophically unqualified for his position. He is not simply a negligent employer who hired poorly and never got around to fixing the mistake. The evidence, assembled carefully, points towards something considerably more deliberate. When German investors briefly acquired the plant from Burns and took over its operations, The very first decision they made was to fire Homer. Not because they had conducted an extensive performance review, not because they had investigated his specific record, because they looked at Homer Simpson for approximately 30 seconds and immediately concluded that this person should not be in proximity to an active nuclear reactor. Their second action was to obtain an estimate for bringing the facility up to code. The number they received nearly bankrupted them. They sold the plant back to Burns almost immediately. Burns purchased it back and rehired Homer the same day. A competent safety inspector would shut the plant down. A competent safety inspector would document the violations, report them to the appropriate regulatory bodies, and trigger the kind of investigation that would result in the facility being closed, cleaned, and its owner prosecuted. Homer ensures none of that happens, not through malice. Homer is too cognitively limited for malice in the traditional sense, but through a combination of obliviousness, indifference, and the specific particular brand of incompetence that comes from having a crayon wedged against your frontal lobe for the better part of 3 decades. Homer is not employed at the Springfield nuclear power plant despite being unqualified. He is employed there because he is unqualified. The distinction is everything, and the radiation leaks continue. The first visible evidence of what those leaks are doing to Springfield's ecosystem appears in Season 2, in the form of a fish named Blinky. Blinky is a three-eyed fish, pulled from a river in the immediate vicinity of the power plant, and his existence is, within the show's own logic, a biological impossibility traceable to a single cause. The water Blinky lives in is contaminated. The contamination is coming from the plant. The mutation it has caused is visible, documentable, and physically present in the fish's extra eye. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as the centerpiece of his environmental platform. He argues correctly and with considerable supporting evidence that Burns is poisoning the local ecosystem. Burns is forced to address the situation publicly. His chosen method is to appear on live television and eat Blinky, thereby demonstrating that the fish is, in his estimation, harmless. The town watches. A small number of people find this unconvincing. The majority, apparently satisfied that a billionaire eating a mutant fish constitutes scientific proof of environmental safety, moves on. Nobody tests the water. Nobody conducts a follow-up study. Nobody asks the obvious question: if the fish have 3 eyes, what is happening to the people who drink the same water, bathe in the same water, cook their food in the same water? The answer, the show strongly suggests, has been visible since the series began. It's just that nobody in Springfield has been capable of recognizing it. Look at the residents. Look at them carefully, the way the show has always been there to be looked at, if you're willing to see what it's actually showing you. Homer Simpson. Massive, anatomically improbable overbite. Eyes that bulge outward in a manner inconsistent with normal human orbital anatomy. 4 fingers on each hand when humans have 5. A skull shape that defies the standard geometry of human craniology. An IQ so far below the norm that it places him in a clinical category. And a body. This is the part that the theory hinges on, the detail that transforms it from interesting speculation into something that demands explanation. A body that routinely absorbs physical trauma that would be fatal to any normal human being and recovers from it completely, sometimes within hours. Homer has been shot. He has been electrocuted repeatedly with enough voltage to stop a heart. He has fallen from cliffs, from buildings, from moving vehicles. He has been in explosions. He has had objects of considerable mass land directly on him. He has walked away from each of these events with at most temporary inconvenience. His healing rate is not merely impressive, it is physiologically impossible. His pain tolerance is not merely high, it exists outside the known range of human experience. And he has spent the entirety of his adult life working in direct proximity to an active nuclear reactor. Marge Simpson. The same characteristic eye shape, the same four-fingered hands, hair that has maintained an identical rigid, gravity-defying vertical tower for 36 years without product, without visible structural support, growing straight upward in permanent, inexplicable defiance of every physical law that governs the behavior of human hair. Marge was herself employed at the Springfield nuclear power plant at one point. She was exposed to the same facility, and all three of her children, Bart, Lisa, and Maggie, were conceived and born after both parents had already been living in Springfield's contaminated environment for years. Bart, Lisa, Maggie, all born in Springfield, all raised in Springfield, all drinking the water, breathing the air, living within the electromagnetic shadow of those cracked, cooling towers. And every one of them displays physical characteristics that do not occur in uncontaminated human populations. The spiky hair that maintains its architecture without intervention. The characteristic overbite that appears in every face in town. The eyes, the four fingers, and the skin. This is the detail that functions as the theory's cornerstone, the piece of evidence so fundamental that every other observation builds on it. Every resident of Springfield has yellow skin, not a golden tan, not a warm complexion, yellow. A specific, saturated, uniform yellow that covers every person who lives within the town's borders and nobody else. It is not an artistic choice that applies to the show's entire visual vocabulary. It applies specifically and exclusively to the people of Springfield. Because when outsiders come to Springfield, when celebrity guest characters arrive, when government officials appear, when anyone from outside the town enters the frame, they look different. Not slightly different, structurally different. Their proportions are more natural, their eyes are normally shaped. Their features approach something that more closely resembles standard human anatomy. The show draws visitors with recognizably human characteristics and draws Springfield residents with something else. Something altered. The accepted explanation for this discrepancy has always been artistic style. The show's characters look the way they look because that is what The Simpsons looks like, and outsiders look more realistic because they are drawn to contrast with the show's established aesthetic. This is the surface explanation. It is not wrong exactly as an account of the animation choices, but it is incomplete as an account of what the show is actually depicting. Within the internal logic of the show's universe, the people of Springfield look different from the people outside Springfield. And there is exactly one thing about Springfield that is different from everywhere else. The nuclear power plant, its 342 violations, its cracked cooling towers, and the radioactive material that has been leaking from all of it into the soil and water and air of the town for decades. The people inside the contamination zone look mutated. The people outside it look normal. The show has been telling you this since 1989. Every yellow face is a data point. Every bulging eye is a symptom. Every four-fingered hand is evidence. And even the animals confirm it. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same distinctive eyes as his owners. The same characteristic proportions that deviate from normal canine anatomy. Blinky has 3 eyes. The wildlife of Springfield is visibly, demonstrably affected by the plant's runoff. The show shows you this and then expects you to believe that the exact same runoff has somehow produced zero effect on the human beings living in the same ecosystem, consuming the same resources, breathing the same air. The evidence is not circumstantial. The show is not hinting at this theory. The show is stating it in plain biological terms, as clearly as animation can state anything, and then relying on its audience's willingness to accept the surface explanation. It's just a cartoon. That's just the art style. To ensure the real message never quite rises to conscious examination. Burns knows. This is important to understand. Burns is not oblivious to any of this. The show makes his awareness explicit in ways that go well beyond what would be necessary if this were merely a background joke. Burns undergoes weekly medical treatment so intensive, so saturated with chemicals and controlled radiation exposure, that they cause his body to emit a visible green glow for the hours immediately following each session. The treatments keep him alive for exactly one additional week. Without them, his biological systems fail. Miss one appointment, skip one dose, and Burns is dead within 7 days. His continued existence is not a product of natural vitality or even extraordinary genetics. It is the result of a precisely calibrated medical intervention that must be administered on a rigid schedule, indefinitely for as long as he wants to remain alive. This is a man who understands radiation biology from the inside. He is not theorizing about what nuclear exposure does to organic tissue. He is personally dependent on managing those effects in his own body. He has a team of personal physicians. He funds private medical research. He has access to pharmaceutical development capabilities that no public institution in Springfield can match. And he has been running a facility that leaks radioactive material into the local water supply for decades, while living in close proximity to that same town. He knows what his plant is doing. He has always known. The only question that remains is whether he views it as an acceptable cost of doing business, or whether, and this is the darker interpretation, the one that the cumulative evidence tends to support, he views it as an active benefit. A population too cognitively damaged by chronic radiation exposure to organize resistance. A workforce too neurologically compromised to ask questions about working conditions. A town too poisoned to rebel against the man who owns its only power source. Springfield isn't just polluted. Springfield, as confirmed by the federal government in the Simpsons movie, is classified as an environmental hazard zone of sufficient severity that the EPA determined physical containment was the only viable response. The dome in that film, the literal glass dome placed over the entire town by a federal agency, is not played purely for comedy. It is the logical endpoint of everything the radiation theory has been building toward for 2 decades of episodes. The United States government looked at Springfield and concluded that the town was so comprehensively contaminated that it represented a threat to the surrounding region. Their solution was to seal it. And every single resident was already inside when the dome went up. Now let's come back to that crayon. Homer, in season 12, has the crayon removed from his brain by a back alley surgeon named Dr. Nick, who manages the procedure with his characteristic reckless abandon. And when the crayon comes out, Homer changes. He becomes articulate. He becomes perceptive. He begins to understand the world around him in ways he never has before. He reads books. He writes thoughtful letters. He comprehends complex situations and responds to them with nuance and intelligence. He sees Springfield for what it actually is. And it destroys him. Not in a dramatic, cinematic way. In the quiet, grinding way of someone who has suddenly become capable of understanding just how thoroughly their circumstances have worked against them, and who has no way to change any of it. He cannot function in Springfield as an intelligent person. The town does not accommodate intelligence. The social fabric of his life and his friendships, his job, his neighbors, his daily routine was built around and for a Homer Simpson with a crayon in his brain. The intelligent version of Homer has no place in the ecosystem that shaped him, so he has it put back in. He makes the choice, deliberately and consciously, to return to cognitive limitation rather than live with the clarity of seeing Springfield as it truly is. The show frames this as a somewhat tragic comedy moment, but under the radiation theory, it carries an additional weight. Because the question the show never asks about the crayon, the question that sits at the edge of the scene and never gets answered, is how it got there in the first place. Homer was a child. The crayon was lodged in his brain through his nasal passage. This is not something that happens accidentally in the ordinary course of a child's life without someone noticing. This is not a subtle injury. And yet Homer went through his entire childhood, his entire adolescence, countless visits to Springfield's medical establishment, and not one doctor ever found it. Either Springfield's medical infrastructure is so comprehensively incompetent that it missed a foreign object in a patient's skull across decades of checkups, or the doctors knew it was there and chose not to remove it. If Burns's influence extends into Springfield's healthcare system, and the show has established repeatedly that Burns's influence extends into essentially every institutional structure in Springfield, then Homer's crayon is not an accident. It is a maintenance mechanism, a biological brake on the cognitive function of a man whose job it is to ensure that a nuclear power plant's violations go uninvestigated. Burns needs Homer stupid. The crayon keeps Homer stupid. And the doctors who service Burns's workforce have an incentive to keep the arrangement in place. This is the architecture of the radiation theory at its most complete. Not merely a story about accidental contamination and negligent oversight, a story about deliberate, sustained, institutionally protected poisoning of an entire community, maintained across decades by a man with the resources to ensure it continues indefinitely, and the motive to keep it from ever being understood by the people it affects most. Springfield is a contamination zone. Its residents are symptomatic. The yellow skin, the four fingers, the bulging eyes, the impossible resilience, the cognitive damage. None of it is a stylistic choice. None of it is cartoon logic. It is a portrait of what happens to a community when the most powerful entity in its borders decides that the cost of safety is too high and the benefit of silence is too valuable. The nuclear power plant is not part of the show. It is the show. Every mystery, every impossible event, every forgotten catastrophe, every reset, every unexplained detail, it all traces back to the same cracked cooling tower, leaking the same invisible substance into the same contaminated water supply, running through the same damaged bodies that can't quite understand why their fish have 3 eyes and their children have 4 fingers, and the oldest man in town glows softly in the dark. The plant already made sure they'd never figure it out. If you're settling in for the next 4 hours, drop a comment with your time and where you're watching from. And if this kind of deep dive is the thing you need tonight, subscribing takes 2 seconds and it means everything. Now, let's keep going. Section 2. Homer's Coma. The dream that never ended before we move forward? Let's take everything we just established about Springfield. The radiation, the mutations, the cognitive damage, the impossible biology on this, and consider the possibility that all of it, every frame of it, every theory and every mystery and every yellow-skinned character in every impossible situation, exists entirely inside the mind of a man who has not been conscious since April of 1993. This is the Homer coma theory. It is by most measures the most widely discussed, most thoroughly analyzed, and most emotionally resonant fan theory in the history of The Simpsons. It has been debated on forums and in comment sections and in academic papers for the better part of 3 decades. The show's own executive producers have addressed it on the record, which tells you everything you need to know about how seriously the people who make this show take it. When producers feel the need to publicly deny a fan theory about their own show, it is generally because the fan theory has gotten uncomfortably close to something they would prefer to keep private. Let's start at the beginning. April 1st, 1993. Season 4, Episode 18. The episode is called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The title is self-aware about being a clip show, which is an interesting choice for an episode that contains one of the most structurally significant events in the entire series. The setup is simple. Bart, in the spirit of April Fool's Day, escalates a series of pranks on Homer until he settles on something genuinely dangerous. He takes one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and places it inside an industrial paint shaker. When Homer finds the can in the refrigerator and opens it, the resulting explosion is violent enough to land him in the hospital. The show plays this for laughs as it plays most things. Homer is injured. He is hospitalized. He is not, at this point, in a coma. He is simply a man in a hospital bed recovering from a beer-related explosion. And then he sees a vending machine across the room. Homer, being Homer, attempts to retrieve a candy bar from the machine. In the process of obtaining this candy bar, he causes the machine to tip over. The machine falls on him, and Homer Simpson enters a coma. Not a TV coma, not a dream sequence coma, not a comedic near-death experience that resolves itself in 30 seconds. The show is explicit. Homer is clinically unconscious. He flatlines. The word coma is used without comedic softening. The family is present at his bedside. The episode acknowledges the severity of what has happened. Homer is in a coma for 7 weeks. The episode ends with what appears to be a resolution. Bart, overcome with guilt, comes to Homer's bedside and confesses tearfully that the whole series of events was his fault. He tells his unconscious father that he is sorry, and Homer wakes up. He springs awake immediately in classic Homer fashion and begins strangling Bart before the boy has finished his sentence. The family laughs. The episode ends. Everything returns to normal. The show tells you he woke up, but in the final moments of that same episode, a detail is dropped with the casualness of someone mentioning a minor administrative update. Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5% permanently destroyed. Gone and not coming back. The doctors deliver this information matter-of-factly. Homer responds to the news by laughing and then noting that he doesn't understand why he's laughing. The family finds this charming. The show treats it as a minor footnote. And then The Simpsons continues for 32 more years as though nothing happened. Unless nothing did happen. Unless the moment where Homer springs awake and strangles Bart is not a waking, but a dream of waking. Unless the family that laughs at Homer's post-coma confusion is not a real family responding to their father's recovery, but a projection of a comatose man's deepest wish, that everything be fine, that his family be together, that the moment of reunification be comedic rather than tragic, the way Homer has always preferred things. The basic structure of the theory is this. Homer Simpson did not wake up from his coma in April of 1993. He is still in that hospital bed at Springfield General. Every episode that has aired since that date Every adventure, every celebrity encounter, every impossible event, every guest appearance, every job Homer has held, and every disaster he has survived is a dream being generated by the unconscious mind of a man in a persistent, vegetative state, slowly losing brain function, while somewhere in the real world his family ages around him. The evidence for this theory is extensive, and it spans multiple categories. Let's go through them carefully. The tonal shift. This is the most immediately observable piece of evidence, and it is so dramatic that even viewers who have never encountered the coma theory have independently noticed and remarked on it. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a show with its feet on the ground. Not realistic exactly, and it was always a cartoon, always willing to stretch physical probability for a joke, but grounded in recognizable human concerns. Homer struggles with drinking. Marge considers infidelity and chooses her marriage. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher and has to confront the emotional complexity of that. Bart faces genuine academic failure and the real possibility of being held back a grade. These are not exotic premises. They are the kinds of situations that actual families navigate. Financial stress, marital tension, the anxieties of adolescence, the weight of domestic life. The show in its early seasons earned its emotional resonance by being, beneath the satire, genuinely about something recognizable. After the coma, the show changes. The change is not gradual. It is not the slow drift of a long-running series, finding new directions over time. It is a rupture. Homer goes to space. Mr. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes the leader of a neighborhood vigilante group. Homer joins a secret society with elaborate robes and rituals. Homer discovers that his mother is a fugitive political radical who has been hiding from the FBI for decades. Homer meets God. Not once, twice. He meets God on two separate occasions and has extended conversations with him about the nature of existence. The escalation is so total, so sustained, and so perfectly calibrated to the exact moment of the coma that it is nearly impossible to attribute to coincidence. The show doesn't just get more surreal after season 4. It gets more surreal in a specifically dreamlike way. A way that mirrors what happens to a dreaming mind that is working from a fixed emotional core, but is untethered from the constraints of waking reality. The dreams get bigger. The stakes get more fantastical. The logical connections between events become more associative and less causal. The internet has been debating when The Simpsons got bad for 2 decades. The coma theory offers an answer that is not a judgment of quality, but a description of mechanism. The Simpsons didn't get bad. Homer's brain got worse. And as it gets worse, why, as the 5% expands, as the connections between neurons fray, as the dreaming mind loses more and more of its hold on coherence, the dream becomes increasingly detached from anything that resembles the world Homer knew. It becomes more spectacular, more surreal, more divorced from the quiet domestic reality it started with. Because that is what a deteriorating brain does to a dream. Now, the prophecy. This is the piece of evidence that takes the theory from compelling to haunting. 6 months before the coma episode in the season 4 premiere, Homer has a direct conversation with God. The episode is called Homer the Heretic. Homer decides to skip church and spend his Sunday at home, doing exactly as he pleases. In the course of this deeply pleasant day, he falls asleep and has a dream. A dream within the show, a meta-dream, in which God appears and they have a theological discussion about Homer's faith and his place in the universe. During this conversation, God tells Homer something specific. He tells Homer that he will learn the meaning of life, but not yet. He tells Homer that his time is coming. The episode plays this as a theological joke. God is quirky and conversational. Homer is charmed. The scene is warm and funny, and the show moves on from it without underlining anything. But the detail sits there in the chronology of the series, 6 months before the vending machine falls on Homer and sends him into 7 weeks of unconsciousness. God told Homer his time was coming. 6 months later, Homer's conscious life ended. Under the coma theory, that scene is not a theological joke. It is a prophecy. God was telling Homer in a dream that occurred 6 months before the real event that his waking life was nearing its conclusion. The time that was coming was the time Homer would spend unconscious in Springfield General, dreaming about his family, trying to hold on to the life he was about to lose. God was giving him a warning that Homer, being Homer, understood as warmly as he understood everything. Without fully grasping its implications, with characteristic goodwill and absent comprehension. God said the time was coming, and 6 months later the time came. The aging problem. This is the piece of evidence that the coma theory handles more elegantly than any other explanation in the show's history, including the show's own non-explanation. Nobody in The Simpsons ages. Bart has been 10 years old since 1989. Lisa has been 8. Maggie has been 1. Homer and Marge are perpetually in their mid-30s. The show has been running for 36 years. In that time, in the real world, infants have been born, grown up, gone to college, gotten married, and had children of their own. The characters on the screen have not added a single birthday. Every theory about the show attempts to grapple with this. The radiation theory argues that mutated biology prevents normal cellular aging. The cartoon logic explanation says this is simply how animated television works, and audiences should accept it without narrative justification. Both of these explanations exist at different levels of meta-awareness. One is in-universe, one is extra-diegetic. And neither is fully satisfying because neither accounts for the specific, particular emotional texture of the aging freeze. It doesn't feel arbitrary, it feels deliberate in a way that points toward meaning rather than convention. The coma theory provides the simplest and most emotionally complete answer. Nobody ages because they exist inside the mind of a man who went under in April of 1993 and has not come back up. Of course, Bart does not age. Homer's unconscious brain cannot imagine Bart aging because Homer was not there to witness it. Of course, Lisa stays 8. Of course, Maggie stays 1. Of course, Marge has not acquired a single new wrinkle. These are not failures of continuity. These are the inevitable result of a dreaming mind working from a fixed reference point. Homer's memories of his family are frozen at the last moment he consciously experienced them, and the dream, running on those memories, can only produce the versions of his family that he knew before the vending machine fell. Comas do this to the mind. They lock the dreamer in place. They freeze the world at the final conscious moment and then play variations on that world indefinitely, using only the material available from before the loss of consciousness. Homer's dream preserves his family exactly as they were on the day he lost them, because that is the only way his brain knows how to build them. There is something in this that goes beyond clever theory. There is something genuinely beautiful in the idea that Homer's deepest wish, the thing his unconscious mind reaches for in its most unguarded state, is simply his family. Not wealth, not adventure, not celebrity. His family, exactly as they were, preserved in a permanent present. Bart still mischievous, still needing to be caught. Lisa still playing her saxophone, still frustrated, Still brilliant and undervalued in ways that make Homer feel vaguely guilty, even if he can't quite articulate why. Maggie still small enough to carry. Marge still there, still choosing him, still loving him with a patience that he has never fully deserved and has always known it. The celebrity appearances. Under the coma theory, the flood of famous faces that characterizes the show's later seasons has a specific mechanistic explanation that fits the theory perfectly. Homer's comatose body is in a hospital room. The hospital room has a television. It has nurses and doctors passing through who bring fragments of the outside world in with them. Names, voices, cultural references, pieces of news and entertainment, and gossip that drift into the room and into the vicinity of a man who is not conscious but is not entirely sealed off from external stimulus. The brain in a coma state continues to process ambient input. It registers sounds, patterns, voices. It cannot respond to them. It cannot form new memories in the normal sense, but it incorporates them. It weaves the fragments it receives into the ongoing dream, assigning them roles and faces and dialogue based on whatever material is already present in the memory. Every celebrity who appears in Springfield, every musician, every athlete, every politician, every cultural figure who wanders through the show in later seasons is, under the coma theory, a voice Homer heard from beyond his hospital bed, a name on a television program playing down the hall, a conversation between visitors that drifted through the open door. His unconscious mind, receiving these fragments through the haze of its comatose state, incorporated them into the dream and gave them form. The guest appearances don't get more frequent as the series continues because Springfield became a celebrity magnet. They get more frequent because Homer has been in the hospital for longer, and the television has been on the whole time, and his brain has been collecting names. The show addressed the theory directly. In season 34, the episode Lisa the Boy Scout includes a deliberately leaked fake deleted scene, released to the public as though it were a genuine piece of cut footage, in which Homer wakes up from a long coma to reveal that every outlandish episode was a dream. The scene was animated with full production values. It was released and then almost immediately identified as a planted hoax, an invention of the show's production team designed to engage with the theory in a public way. The writers made the scene. They animated it. They depicted in full and with care the exact conclusion that the coma theory predicts. And then they said it was a joke. They said it wasn't real. They said hackers planted it, and the audiences laughed, and the clip went viral, and the theory continued unresolved. Think about what it means that they made the scene at all. The writers of The Simpsons animated a scene in which Homer wakes up from a coma and everything is revealed to have been a dream, and then they said it was fake. They showed you the answer and told you it was a prank. They put the truth on screen, surrounded it with deniability, and watched the audience accept the deniability because the truth was too destabilizing to sit with. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the coma theory publicly in 2015. He said it wasn't true. He dismissed it as fan speculation. He provided no explanation for why nobody ages. He provided no explanation for the tonal shift at season 4. He provided no explanation for God's prophecy 6 months before the coma. He provided no explanation for why the show becomes progressively more surreal and logic-resistant with each passing season. He said it's not true, and the interviewer moved on. But here's the question that stays with you long after the interview ends, and the forum thread closes and the light goes out. If Homer is dreaming, if every impossible thing, every celebrity encounter, every fantastical adventure, Every physical impossibility that would kill any other human being is a product of the unconscious imagination of a man who hasn't opened his eyes since 1993. Then what is the dream trying to give him? The answer is so simple it should be inadequate, but it isn't. It's everything. The dream is trying to give him his family. That is it. That is the entire purpose of 32 years and counting of increasingly elaborate, increasingly surreal, increasingly disconnected from reality television. Homer's unconscious mind is doing the only thing it knows how to do with the time it has left, however much time that is. It is building versions of the days he didn't get to have. It is imagining Bart pulling pranks and getting caught. It is imagining Lisa explaining something over dinner that Homer pretends to understand. It is imagining coming home to Marge over and over again in every variation his damaged brain can construct. Because the only heaven Homer Simpson would ever ask for is the one where he gets to keep coming home. The coma theory doesn't ruin The Simpsons. It transforms it. Under the coma theory, every episode is an act of love. Every reset is Homer's brain refusing to let go. Every time the credits roll and everything goes back to normal and the family is intact and the house is still standing and the beer is still cold, that's not lazy writing. That's a dying man holding on. And the show will never confirm it, but it will never disprove it either. Because the evidence isn't in a single episode or a single line of dialogue. It's in the structure of the show itself, in the aging freeze and the tonal rupture and the prophecy and the dream that got bigger as the brain got worse. In the fact that Homer always finds his way home by the end of the episode, always without exception, no matter what has happened or how far from Evergreen Terrace the adventure has taken him. Because in his dream, he never really left. Section 3. Who really shot Mr. Burns? Before we get into this, let's establish something clearly. The official answer exists. The show committed to it. Season 7, Episode 1, Who Shot Mr. Burns, Part 2. Baby Maggie in the parking lot with Mr. Burns's own gun. Case closed as far as Fox Television is concerned, but the case was never really closed. And the more careful you examine the evidence, not just the evidence within the episode itself, but the evidence around the episode, the context of its creation, the mechanics of its mystery making, the specific, particular ways in which the official answer fails to satisfy the questions it claims to answer, the more you understand that what was presented as a resolution was actually a burial. Not of Mr. Burns, but of the truth. Let's go back to the beginning. Season 6, Episode 25. Who Shot Mr. Burns, Part 1. The summer of 1995. This was not merely a television event. This was the moment The Simpsons attempted something that no animated program had ever attempted before. A genuine multi-episode mystery with real narrative stakes, real clues, real red herrings, and a real competition for the audience to participate in. Fox promoted the mystery with the kind of energy normally reserved for sporting events. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special treating the fictional shooting as an actual unsolved crime and inviting the public to theorize. A national contest was established, with the winning guesser to be animated into a future episode of the show as their prize. This was The Simpsons, at the absolute apex of its cultural authority, wielding that authority to do something ambitious and narratively serious, and trusting its audience to meet it there. The premise that drove the shooting was carefully constructed across the entirety of Part 1. Burns had, in a sequence of events spanning the episode, systematically antagonized every significant person in Springfield. He had commandeered an oil well discovered beneath Springfield Elementary School, depriving the school of the funding it would have generated. He had economically crushed Moe's Tavern in the process of his expansion. He had created a sinkhole that destroyed the Springfield retirement castle, displacing its elderly residents, including Grandpa Simpson. He had allowed Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, to be injured. And for the capstone of his campaign of civic destruction, he had constructed a massive sun-blocking device, a mechanical disc deployed to obstruct the sun over the entire town of Springfield, designed to force every resident to purchase their electricity exclusively from his power plant, since he had ensured that no natural light would be available to reduce their dependency. Not figuratively blocked the sun, literally. Burns built a device and used it to prevent sunlight from reaching Springfield so that the town's population would have no choice but to buy electricity from him. This is the specific act that tipped the episode's moral scale past the point of comic villainry and into something that felt genuinely threatening even within the show's cartoonish register. When Smithers, Burns's eternally loyal assistant, the man who has dedicated his entire professional life to serving Burns's interests, protested this plan on ethical grounds, Burns fired him on the spot. Smithers, of all people, found a line that Burns had crossed. And Burns's response to being confronted with that line was to eliminate the person who drew it. By the end of part 1, every person in Springfield had a motive. Not hyperbole, the show was explicit about this. It staged a town meeting at which essentially the entire cast of characters was present, all of them furious, many of them visibly armed. Homer, because Burns had spent years failing to remember his name, despite Homer working directly for him in close proximity. Bart and Lisa, because the school lost its oil well money. Grandpa, because the retirement home was destroyed. Groundskeeper Willie, because Burns's expansion cost him his job. Tito Puente, because Burns cut the school's music program, and Willie Puente redirected his rage into a samba. This will become relevant. Moe, because his bar went under. Smithers, freshly fired and openly spiraling. The episode constructed its mystery with admirable craftsmanship. It gave the audience a genuine sense that any one of these people could have pulled the trigger, and it supported each theory with enough specific motivation that no single candidate felt obviously correct. Then Burns collapsed, a single gunshot wound. He staggered to the town sundial, fell, his hands landing on 2 letters, W and S. From Burns's inverted perspective, M and S. The screen went dark. America had the entire summer to think about it. The contest drew thousands of entries. The prize was meaningful. Your animated likeness in an episode of the most watched show on television. The writers had constructed what they presented as a fair, clue-based mystery. And when the answer was finally revealed in September of that same year, essentially nobody had gotten it right. Not approximately nobody. Not close, but not quite. According to the DVD commentary for the episodes, commentary provided by the show's own writers, the contest administrators randomly sampled entries and found 0 correct answers in their sample. 0. One person in the entire country had apparently posted the correct answer to a Simpsons news group online on the night of the original broadcast, but this person was using a college internet account that had become inactive by the time the producers tried to track them down. They issued an open invitation on the DVD for this person to identify themselves. As far as anyone has been able to determine, they never did. Think about what it means that nobody won. The show's creators designed a mystery, told the public it was solvable from the clues available in Part 1, built a national contest around the solvability of that mystery, and then when the answer was revealed, the prize had to be given out randomly because nobody had the right answer. Either the mystery was not actually solvable from the available evidence, or the answer the show settled on was not the answer the clues were designed to produce. Or, and this is the interpretation that the evidence tends to support, the clues were adjusted after the fact to fit whatever answer the writers eventually chose, making the mystery not a genuine puzzle to be solved from the evidence, but a narrative conclusion in search of retroactive justification. Let's examine the official evidence for Maggie's guilt. The sundial, Burns falls, and his hands land on W and S. The show interprets this as M and S, Maggie Simpson. Burns himself acknowledges, canonically and on the record, that the positioning of his hands on the sundial was not intentional. He was falling. His hands landed where they landed. The central clue in the show's most celebrated mystery is explicitly described by the person it supposedly came from as a coincidence. The show's own victim says the key piece of evidence doesn't mean anything. The gun. Burns's holster is shown empty before the shooting, meaning the gun was removed from his person prior to the encounter in the parking lot. Whoever shot Burns used his own weapon, taken from him at some point before or during the confrontation. This detail tells us something important about the shooter's profile. They were not carrying a weapon of their own. Most of the town meeting's attendees were visibly armed. They came to confront Burns, and they came prepared. The shooter was someone who wasn't armed, who encountered Burns's gun by chance, and used it in the moment rather than through premeditation. A baby finding a fallen gun fits this profile. So does any number of other characters. The absence of premeditation does not narrow the field to infants. Burns's last words before being shot were, "Oh, it's you." Not a cry of alarm, not a name, not a statement of surprise, a statement of recognition. The calm, mild recognition of someone familiar. "Oh, it's you" is what you say when you encounter someone you know. Someone whose presence does not immediately register as threatening. Someone you were perhaps not expecting, but whose identity you can place without effort. Does Mr. Burns recognize Maggie Simpson? Has he had enough direct interaction with Maggie prior to this episode to warrant that specific, casual recognition without alarm response? The show has not established a meaningful relationship between Burns and Maggie. Burns barely remembers the name of the man who has worked directly for him for the entirety of Homer Simpson's adult career. The idea that Burns would look at the Simpson family's infant and respond with the comfortable familiarity of, "Oh, it's you," as though greeting an acquaintance, requires a stretch that the show does not support. "Oh, it's you" works much more naturally for someone Burns has a specific, complex history with. Someone whose face would trigger a reaction of recognition mixed with something harder to name. Smithers, fired that very day, a man Burns has known for decades. Homer, who Burns has failed to recognize for years, but whose face he presumably knows from some animal part of his brain, below the level of name recall. Marge, who Burns pursued romantically in a previous episode, and whose face carries a specific charge for him. A charge complicated enough to produce exactly that mild, weighted recognition rather than alarm. The DNA evidence pointed to Homer. His fingerprints were on the gun. He had clear motive. He was nearly convicted before Burns woke up and redirected the investigation. And in season 18, Homer claims on camera in a casual throwaway line that he was actually the one who shot Burns. Nobody in the show's universe responds to this. Nobody investigates. Nobody reopens the case. Homer confesses to the attempted murder of the wealthiest man in Springfield, and the show treats it as comedic noise. But there are only two explanations for why Homer would say this. He is lying for attention, which is consistent with his character in other contexts. Or he is telling the truth. and the truth was buried in 1995 beneath an investigation that was convenient to close quickly and in a direction that required the least disruption to the existing power structure. The Marge theory is worth examining carefully because it is the alternate explanation with the strongest internal consistency. Marge is a devoted mother. She is the emotional and moral center of the Simpson family, the person who absorbs the weight of everyone else's crises and keeps the household functional through sheer force of will and love. She watched Burns destroy her children's school. She watched him economically devastate the town her family depends on. She watched him block the sun over the community her children grow up in. She had every reason to want Burns stopped. Burns had also in an earlier episode fallen in love with Marge. Marge gets a job, establishes a clear, if uncomfortable history between Burns and Marge. A history in which Burns's feelings, however twisted and self-serving, were genuine enough to drive his behavior. Under the Marge theory, "Oh, it's you" comes from that history. Burns sees the woman he was infatuated with, says the words, and takes the bullet. And when he wakes up, he does not identify her as the shooter. He uses the sundial, the accident of his falling hands, to point towards someone else. He lets the town draw its own conclusions and arrive at Maggie, because Maggie is the conclusion that closes the case with the least damage. Chief Wiggum says it explicitly within the episode. No jury in the world would convict a baby. Maggie was the perfect person to be found responsible for this crime. She was too young to be prosecuted, too young to be punished, too young to deny the accusation or provide an alternative account, and too young to ever understand what was being done to her by being assigned the blame. If someone wanted to protect the real shooter, a baby was the cleanest possible solution. The alternate endings confirm that even the writers in the process of making the episode were not fully committed to the Maggie answer. A complete, fully produced, fully voiced alternate conclusion exists in which Smithers is the shooter. It was animated to completion. It was shown publicly as a piece of bonus material in the 138th episode spectacular clip show, where it was dismissed by the hosting character Troy McClure, with a line about how it wouldn't make sense because the Simpson DNA evidence would have to be ignored, which would be, and this is the actual dialogue, downright nutty. Troy McClure then winks at the camera and moves on. The writers built a winking reference to the O.J. Simpson trial, in which DNA evidence was in fact ignored by a jury, directly into the moment where they were explaining why an alternate ending couldn't work. They wrote a punchline about how ignoring DNA evidence is something that only happens in absurd, impossible scenarios, at the precise historical moment when ignoring DNA evidence had produced one of the most famous verdicts in American legal history. They were not making a simple joke. They were making a comment about the reliability of official conclusions. They were saying, with a smile, that the evidence can point wherever the people in power need it to point. The early draft with Barney Gumble as the shooter is less often discussed but equally significant. The writers considered Barney seriously enough to plan a storyline around it. Barney would go to prison, his character would be given a new direction, the event would have lasting consequences. The choice was abandoned, but the fact of its consideration confirms that the identity of the shooter was not predetermined by the clues. The clues were written after the answer was chosen. The mystery was, as critics have argued for 30 years, reverse engineered. And then there is the final shot of the episode. Everyone has left the room. Maggie is alone. She looks around slowly and deliberately, confirming that she is not being observed. And then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics the pulling of a trigger. The show wants you to read this as a confession. Maggie knows what she did, and she's repeating the motion in private because she can. This is the reading that supports the official answer, and if you accept it, the mystery is solved and everyone goes home. But there is another reading. A baby watching the adults in her life has seen someone perform the motion of shooting a gun. Babies mimic what they observe. This is not a developmental quirk. It is how infants learn, by watching and repeating. Maggie is not confessing. Maggie is reenacting something she witnessed. She saw someone shoot Mr. Burns. She is doing what one-year-olds do with experiences they cannot process linguistically. She is replaying the moment. If that reading is correct, Maggie isn't the shooter. Maggie is the only witness, and the one witness to the real shooting is an infant who cannot speak, surrounded by adults who have every reason to accept the official version of events and to move on. The greatest mystery in Simpsons history. And it was never solved. It was closed. In Springfield, those are two very different things. Section 4. The immortality of Charles Montgomery Burns. Let's talk about the oldest man in Springfield. Not the oldest seeming man. Not the oldest in the way that happens when radiation damage and chronic illness compress a person's biological age well beyond their chronological one. Though that is relevant, and we will come to it. The oldest man in Springfield in the literal arithmetic sense. The man who has the most years behind him. The man for whom the word decade has become so inadequate a unit of measurement that the word century barely suffices. Charles Montgomery Burns. The show has been deliberately inconsistent about his exact age, as it is deliberately inconsistent about almost every quantifiable fact in Springfield. But the inconsistencies all cluster around a particular historical range, the references Burns makes to his own past, the events he describes having lived through, the historical figures he mentions as personal acquaintances, the decades he references not as history but as memory. Place his birth somewhere in the latter half of the 19th century. He has made references to personal memories from before the turn of the 20th century. He has described working relationships with historical figures who died before most of the show's audience was born. He has referenced events from the 19 teens and 20s as things he was present for. By the most conservative calculation based solely on the canonical biographical references the show has committed to over its run, Burns is at minimum well over 100 years old. By the more liberal reading, accounting for some of the more specific historical claims the show has made about his life, he might be considerably older than that. And he functions. This is the part that requires examination. Burns is not merely alive. Burns is not merely surviving in the way that some extraordinarily old people survive. Present but diminished, cognitively simplified by time, emotionally flattened by the weight of outliving everyone they've known. Burns is active. Burns operates a multi-billion-dollar corporation with continuous daily attention. Burns manipulates local politics with strategic precision. Burns constructs schemes of genuine complexity that require long-term planning, an accurate understanding of current financial law, a working familiarity with modern technology, and the kind of sustained tactical intelligence that can hold multiple variables in mind simultaneously and adjust for changing conditions. Burns is not merely old. Burns is, by the evidence of his ongoing behavior, one of the most cognitively capable characters in Springfield. His body is fragile. Physical strength abandoned him long ago, and his frame is so delicate that a child could push him over, which has in fact happened. But his mind operates with a sharpness and a ruthlessness that nobody in town can match. He has maintained that sharpness across a span of time that should, by every known biological principle, have consumed it completely. How? The Springfield Files gives us the first piece of the mechanism. Burns, after one of his weekly medical treatments, wanders out into the woods near Springfield in a state the show describes as euphoric and dazed. Homer encounters him there and, confronted with a figure that glows with a visible green light and moves with the unsteady grace of something only barely contained within its own form, concludes that he has seen an extraterrestrial. The episode builds toward this revelation as its comic premise. It is a direct parody of The X-Files, complete with visiting FBI agents. And the reveal lands as a punchline. The alien was Burns all along. But the mechanism the episode describes is not a punchline. Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment. The treatment is so intensive, so saturated with chemicals and controlled radiation, that it causes his body to emit visible light. The treatment keeps him alive for exactly one additional week. Without it, he dies. Not slowly, not gradually. His biological systems fail within 7 days of missing a dose. Burns is not aging naturally and simply aging well. Burns is being maintained artificially on a rigid schedule through a form of medical intervention that does not resemble any conventional treatment and involves controlled exposure to radiation at levels that would kill an ordinary person. His continued existence is not a product of natural longevity. It is a product of regular, precise, indefinitely sustained medical management. His body requires external radiation input the way a normal human body requires food. Remove the input, and the system collapses. This explains the weekly schedule, the impossibility of missing a treatment, and the visible effect of the treatment on his physical appearance. Burns isn't merely old. Burns has been so fundamentally altered by his history with radioactive material, from his proximity to the plant, from decades of managed exposure, from whatever experimental protocols his personal physicians have developed over the course of a century, that his biology no longer operates through standard cellular processes. He has been rebuilt by radiation in a way that requires radiation to maintain. He is, in a specific and literal sense, powered by the same thing he has spent decades pumping into Springfield's environment. The Three Stooges syndrome. This is the Burns scene that has achieved the deepest penetration into popular memory, and it achieves it by being simultaneously hilarious and, on examination, genuinely unsettling. Burns visits a doctor for an examination. The doctor, reviewing Burns's test results, informs him that he has every disease known to medical science. Every single one. Simultaneously. Every pathogen that has ever caused human illness has taken up residence in Burns's body at the same time. The doctor's conclusion, however, is not that Burns is dying. The conclusion is that Burns is essentially indestructible, at least in the short term, because the diseases are in a state of perfect equilibrium with each other. Every illness is present. Every illness is trying to kill him. And because they are all present simultaneously and in approximately equal strength, they create a biological gridlock. The doctor's metaphor is three stooges trying to walk through a doorway at the same time, getting stuck and preventing any individual from getting through. None of Burns's diseases can progress because every one of them is being blocked by every other one. The show plays this for laughs. The visual metaphor is perfect. Burns is the sickest man in America and also, for the moment, functionally immune to dying from any of it. But now apply the radiation theory to this information. Burns's body is not maintaining this perfect equilibrium through any natural process. The human immune system does not work this way. No known biological mechanism produces a spontaneous and perpetual balance between all known diseases simultaneously. What the doctor's describing is not a normal medical outcome. It is the result of something that has been actively managed over a very long period of time. The weekly radiation treatments are the management. They do not cure Burns's diseases. They do not eliminate any of them. They keep every illness in precise stasis, balanced against every other illness, modulated to prevent any single condition from gaining enough dominance to kill him. It is not medicine in the conventional sense. It is nuclear calibration. Burns's body is functioning like a reactor, and his weekly treatments are the equivalent of adjusting the control rods to prevent a meltdown. Too little intervention, and one disease breaks free and kills him. Too much, and the balance tips in a different direction with equally fatal results. The window of survival is narrow. The margin for error is essentially zero. And Smithers is the person who manages the schedule. This reframes the entire Burns-Smithers dynamic in a way that makes it considerably darker than the show's surface treatment suggests. The show typically presents Smithers' devotion to Burns as a combination of professional loyalty, romantic attachment, and the particular psychological dependency that can develop between a powerful employer and a subordinate who has spent their entire career in service to one person. All of these things are true, and they are sufficient to explain most of what the show depicts about their relationship. But there is a layer beneath them that the show acknowledges and then moves past without fully examining. Smithers understands Burns's medical protocol. Smithers manages Burns's schedule. Smithers monitors Burns's physical condition with an attentiveness that he maintains consistently, day after day across every season of the show. And on the multiple occasions when Smithers has been separated from Burns, fired, estranged, temporarily removed from his position, Burns deteriorates almost immediately. Not emotionally, physically. Without Smithers managing the treatment schedule, Burns would miss a dose. And missing a dose, as the Springfield Files establishes, means death within 7 days. Smithers is not merely devoted to Burns. Smithers is the logistical infrastructure that keeps Burns alive. His competence, his attention, his willingness to prioritize Burns's medical needs above everything else in his own life. These are not optional expressions of loyalty. They are survival requirements. Smithers knows this. He has known it for decades, and this knowledge is perhaps the foundation on which their entire relationship rests. Burns could replace Smithers professionally. He could hire another assistant, train them, give them access to his schedule and his medical protocols. But the replacement would need time to understand the system. Time that Burns does not have if anything goes wrong during the transition. The 7-day window between treatments is the window within which anything that disrupts the schedule becomes potentially fatal. Smithers' continued presence is not just preferable, it is functionally necessary for Burns' continued existence. This creates a power dynamic that runs in both directions. Burns controls Smithers through every mechanism of employment and authority that an extraordinarily powerful employer holds over a dependent employee. But Smithers controls Burns in the most fundamental possible way, by being the person whose departure could kill him. They are locked together. They have always been locked together, not by loyalty or affection or professional respect, though all of these things may exist alongside the dependency, by the simple biological fact that Burns requires maintenance and Smithers provides it, and neither of them can fully afford the other's absence. Burns's relationship with historical events adds another layer to the immortality question that the show treats as background comedy, but which, examined carefully, describes something genuinely extraordinary. The specific historical events Burns references as personal experiences span from the American Gilded Age through the present day. He attended Yale. He served in World War II in a role the show leaves morally ambiguous but clearly present. He had a working relationship with Howard Hughes. He possessed $1 trillion bill, an actual physical bill of that denomination, that he had stolen from the United States government during the war years and had hidden for decades. His references to the Gilded Age are not made as a student of history. They are made as someone recalling a period they personally experienced. The specific texture of nostalgia he brings to these references, the particular quality of a person describing something from their own past rather than from their education, is distinct from the way the show depicts characters discussing historical periods they read about. Burns isn't referencing the Gilded Age, he's remembering it. The Burns family dynasty adds a historical dimension that extends the immortality question backward into territory the show only gestures at. The Burnses are established as one of the oldest and most persistently powerful families in American history. Their wealth predates the Industrial Revolution. Their influence has shaped American infrastructure and finance across multiple centuries. This is not a nouveau riche story. This is a story about a family that has been at the top of the hierarchy for so long that the hierarchy itself was partly constructed around their position. And the question the show raises but never answers is whether Charles Montgomery Burns is unique within this lineage, or whether the Burns family has always found methods of extending their members' lifespans beyond normal human limits. If the current Burns has survived past the age of 100 through artificial means, through radiation treatments and medical management, and the institutional infrastructure of extreme wealth applied to the problem of biological mortality, is it possible that previous Burns patriarchs did the same thing through the methods available in their respective eras? Before nuclear medicine, before radiation therapy, before any of the technology that currently maintains Burns's disease equilibrium, what did the Burns family use? The show doesn't say, but it does establish that the family's hold on power has been continuous for longer than most American institutions have existed. That kind of continuity across generations does not happen through normal succession. It requires either extraordinary luck, which is not a satisfying explanation for anything that happens in Springfield, or extraordinary measures taken to ensure that power is never allowed to fully change hands. Burns has survived being shot. He has survived multiple hospitalizations, multiple physical collapses, multiple instances of being exposed to conditions that should have ended his life. He does not survive these things the way Homer survives things, through some mutation-derived physical resilience that simply shrugs off fatal damage. He survives them through infrastructure, through money, through the machinery of wealth that ensures that whenever his physical form fails, there's always a team of specialists on call, always the right equipment available, always enough resource to rebuild whatever broke. Homer's survival is passive. It happens to him as a feature of his biology. Burns's survival is engineered. It is the active, deliberate, continuous product of a century of investment in exactly the systems required to keep one specific person alive. Every institution he has ever corrupted, every politician he has ever purchased, every medical researcher he has ever funded, every favor he has ever called in from a position of power, all of it serves the single purpose of ensuring that Burns's weekly treatment happens, that his disease equilibrium holds, that the reactor does not melt down, and Springfield cannot afford for Burns to die. This is the final, darkest element of the immortality theory, and it is the one that makes the whole system feel most like a trap. The town's economy depends on the power plant. The power plant depends on Burns. Burns depends on the treatments. The treatments depend on the infrastructure that Burns's wealth provides. It is a closed loop, self-sustaining, each element feeding the others. Springfield cannot kill Burns because it cannot survive without him. And Burns cannot die because dying would mean the system he built finally collapses. And the collapse would force every buried question to the surface. What happened to the three-eyed fish? What is in the basement? Who were those people? How long has the water been contaminated? Why does the oldest man in town glow in the dark and remember the Spanish-American War as a personal experience? The system can't answer those questions, so the system keeps Burns alive. He's not immortal. He is, as the theory suggests, something considerably stranger than immortal. He is too expensive to die, and Springfield, consciously or not, will keep paying that expense as long as Burns keeps the lights on, which, if the treatment schedule holds, will be forever. Section 5. The Armin Tamzarian Conspiracy and Springfield's Collective Amnesia. There is an episode of The Simpsons that fans despise with a specific, sustained, almost personal intensity that goes well beyond the ordinary critical dismissal of a bad television episode. It aired in 1997. It is ranked consistently among the worst episodes the show has ever produced. It has been cited for decades as the moment The Simpsons stopped caring about its own history, its own characters, and its own internal coherence. The episode is called The Principal and the Pauper. The episode is genuinely controversial in a way that matters for our purposes tonight, because the case against it, the argument that it is a failure of storytelling, a betrayal of character, a contemptuous dismissal of everything the show had carefully built over 9 seasons, is also, read from a different angle, an argument that the episode is one of the most honest things The Simpsons has ever done. What happens is this. Springfield Elementary holds a formal ceremony honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. It is meant to be a celebration of a character the show has developed carefully since its earliest seasons. The rigid, mother-obsessed, Vietnam-haunted administrator who functions as Bart's primary institutional antagonist and who has been fleshed out over the years into something considerably more complicated than a cartoon authority figure. We know Skinner's history. We know his relationship with his mother Agnes. We know the specific flavor of his damage, the way Vietnam left marks on him that he has spent decades papering over with bureaucratic procedure. He is a character with depth. He feels real in the way that the best characters in long-running shows feel real, because the writers have taken the time to build something layered and consistent. Then a stranger walks into the ceremony. A man nobody recognizes. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner. The real Seymour Skinner. A decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war in Southeast Asia, who was believed dead, who survived his captivity and came home to discover that someone else had been living his life. The man Springfield has known as Principal Skinner for 20 years is a fraud. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a petty criminal, a kid from the wrong side of everything, drafted into the army and assigned to the same unit as the real Skinner. When Skinner was captured and presumed killed, Tamzarian felt guilty enough to travel to Springfield and deliver the news to Skinner's mother Agnes. He arrived. Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son, because a mother's need for a child to be alive is powerful enough to bend perception in its direction. And Tamzarian, who had never had a home or a family or an identity worth keeping, let Agnes believe what she needed to believe. He became Seymour Skinner. He stepped into the life of a dead man and inhabited it for 20 years, and the town of Springfield accepted him, employed him, built relationships with him, and trusted him with their children's education. Then the real Skinner came back, and Springfield had to decide what to do with that. They voted. That is the detail that fans remember, and it is the detail that fans most often cite as evidence of the episode's fundamental failure. Not the reveal of the imposture, character rewriting twists exist in television, and they can be handled well or badly, but they are not inherently illegitimate. What fans cannot forgive is what Springfield does with the truth once it has it. The town holds a meeting. The real Seymour Skinner is present. Armin Tamzarian is present. The fraudulence is exposed in full, with no ambiguity and no room for alternative interpretation. And the residents of Springfield vote collectively and unanimously to continue believing the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree that Tamzarian is the real Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the war hero, the survivor, the man whose identity was stolen, is tied to a railroad car and physically removed from Springfield. The judge makes it explicitly illegal to mention the truth again, under penalty of torture. Under penalty of torture. A town discovered that one of its most trusted public servants had been living a stolen identity for 20 years. Had the actual person whose identity was stolen available and present and able to speak, and responded by criminalizing the truth and exiling its bearer. The fan response was immediate and sustained. Harry Shearer, who voices Skinner and Burns and a dozen other Springfield characters, publicly criticized the storyline. Critics called it the death of character integrity on the show. The internet has relitigated this episode continuously for nearly 30 years, always arriving at the same verdict. The writers did something unforgivable to a character they'd spent nearly a decade building. But here's the thing that nobody wants to say. The episode is not dishonest about Springfield. It is the most honest thing Springfield has ever done about itself. The town has always operated this way. The principal and the pauper did not change Springfield's character or contradict its established behavior. It showed the mechanism. The thing Springfield has been doing quietly between episodes, off camera, for its entire existence. The collective agreement to forget what needs to be forgotten, to rewrite what needs to be rewritten, to accept the comfortable version of events rather than the accurate one. This episode showed it happening in real time. It showed the vote, it showed the legal machinery. It showed the exiling of the inconvenient truth. Every other time Springfield forgets a catastrophe or resets after an impossible event, it happens in the gap between episodes. We cut to credits with Springfield on fire, or sealed under a dome, or fundamentally altered by whatever happened that week, and we return in the next episode to a Springfield that has restored itself completely, with no acknowledgement that anything occurred. Fans call this episodic structure. Critics call it lazy writing. The coma theory calls it a dreaming brain resetting between cycles. The principal and the pauper calls it what it is, a choice. A deliberate, collective, legally enforced choice to maintain a preferred version of reality over an accurate one. Consider how many events Springfield has experienced that should have permanently altered the town's character. Not just the events of any single episode, but the accumulated weight of 36 years of catastrophe, each one individually sufficient to reshape a community's understanding of itself. The town has been physically destroyed and rebuilt multiple times. It has been sealed under a dome by the federal government. It has survived nuclear near disasters on a frequency that would, in any real municipality, result in the facility's permanent closure and the relocation of its population. It has survived alien encounters and supernatural events and the literal blocking of its sun. It has discovered that its nuclear power plant has been operating with 342 safety violations for decades. And after each of these events, Springfield returns to normal. The school is intact. The nuclear plant is running. Burns is at his desk. Homer is at his workstation. The specific event is not referenced, not processed, not integrated into the community's ongoing understanding of its own situation. The slate is wiped. The loop resets. This is, on one level, simply the mechanics of episodic television. Shows reset between episodes because that is how serialization worked in the era when The Simpsons was establishing its conventions, and because constant continuity from episode to episode would make individual episodes inaccessible to viewers joining the show partway through. This is a true and accurate description of the production reality. But the principal and the pauper argues through its very existence that within the logic of the show's universe there is an additional explanation for the reset. Springfield doesn't forget because episodic storytelling requires it. Springfield forgets because Springfield chooses to forget. The residents of this town have developed, over decades of cumulative catastrophe, a collective psychology that actively selects against the retention of information that would force uncomfortable action. They forget the dome because remembering the dome means confronting the contamination. They forget the three-eyed fish because remembering the three-eyed fish means confronting the plant. They forget the bones in the basement because remembering those bones means confronting Burns. And confronting Burns means challenging the economic structure that the entire town depends on for its electricity, its employment, its basic infrastructure. Springfield doesn't forget. Springfield votes to forget. The difference matters. The mechanism of collective amnesia that the principal and the pauper makes visible has real-world parallels that the show seems to understand perfectly. Small, economically dependent communities have a specific and well-documented capacity for collective denial. Towns built around a single employer, a factory, a mine, a plant, tend to develop institutional cultures that strongly discourage questions about that employer's behavior. The economic dependence creates a social pressure to maintain the employer's positive reputation. Questions become disloyal. Investigations become attacks. The person who points out the contamination becomes the troublemaker, the agitator, the person who is trying to take away jobs and destabilize the community. The real Seymour Skinner, arriving in Springfield with evidence that the official narrative was a lie, was not threatening the town with the truth. He was threatening the town's relationship with its own comfortable version of the truth. And the town's response, criminalize the truth, exile the bearer, is not the behavior of a cartoon community with absurdist values. It is recognizable. It is the behavior of a community that knows on some level that the truth it is being asked to confront is connected to other truths that are much more expensive to acknowledge. The imposter principle is a manageable problem. Prosecuting the imposter, restoring the real Skinner, correcting the official record. These are things that a functional community could accomplish without destroying itself. But the act of acknowledging that official narratives can be false, the act of setting a precedent that evidence of fraud should result in investigation and correction, creates a template. If you can investigate the principal, you can investigate the plant. If you can correct the school's official record, you can correct the town's official relationship with its nuclear facility. If you can exile the lie when the lie is about Principal Skinner, you have no principled reason not to exile it when the lie is about everything else. Springfield cannot afford to establish that principle, so it inverts the principle. It makes the lie legal and the truth criminal. It physically removes the man who brought the evidence and makes it illegal for anyone to mention what he revealed. The real Seymour Skinner is the canary in Springfield's coal mine. He is the man who arrived with proof that the official story was fiction, and the town's response tells you everything about the town's relationship with all of its official stories. Now, layer the coma theory onto this episode because the combination is genuinely haunting. If Homer is dreaming, if everything since 1993 is the product of an unconscious mind generating simulations of a life it no longer has access to, then Homer's dreaming brain, at some point in the mid 90s, invented a scenario in which an entire community votes to sustain a lie rather than acknowledge the truth. It invented the legal mechanism of that denial. It invented the physical expulsion of the truth teller. Why would a dreaming mind create this scenario? What is Homer's comatose brain working out in this elaborate parable about collective amnesia and the enforcement of comfortable fictions? Perhaps because Homer needs to believe that lies can be maintained through collective agreement. He needs to believe that a stolen identity, a false life replacing a real one, maintained through the silent consent of everyone who knows, can persist indefinitely without consequence. Because that is precisely what his coma is. His dream is a life he is no longer living, his children as he imagined they would remain, his wife as she was on the last morning he was conscious, a version of himself still active and present and stumbling through Springfield that has been running on empty since April of 1993. If Springfield can vote to keep Armin Tamzarian as the real Skinner, then maybe Homer's dream can vote to keep itself as the real life. Maybe the fiction can become the official version, legally protected, and nobody ever has to acknowledge that the man behind the curtain has been unconscious in a hospital bed for 30 years. The Principal and the Pauper is not the worst episode of The Simpsons. It is the most architecturally important one, because it is the only episode that makes the infrastructure of Springfield's denial visible. It is the episode that explains the reset button. It is the episode that shows you how a town of contaminated, radiation-damaged, cognitively compromised residents manages to keep believing that everything is fine when the evidence of 36 years suggests that almost nothing is. They vote. They always vote. The vote is just usually invisible. Section 6. Maggie Simpson, the most dangerous person in Springfield. She doesn't speak. She doesn't walk reliably. She communicates primarily through the sound of a pacifier and the precise, calibrated direction of a stare. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. In that time, without saying a word, without taking a single step that didn't end in a stumble, Maggie Simpson has accomplished more meaningful, more consequential, more genuinely impactful things than every other member of her family combined. The record is worth reciting in full because it is only when you see it laid out in sequence that you understand what you are actually looking at. She shot a billionaire. She led a daycare rebellion against a tyrannical caretaker and won. She saved her family from multiple life-threatening situations through interventions that required situational awareness, environmental assessment, rapid decision-making, and execution. Cognitive tasks that challenge most adults and that Maggie accomplishes before she can form sentences. She was formally tested for intelligence and found to possess a level of cognitive function that the testing apparatus could not adequately measure. She rescued a butterfly in a theatrical short film that was nominated for an Academy Award, doing so through a sequence of observations, strategy formations, and adaptive responses to changing conditions that constituted what can only be described as operational planning. And through every single one of these accomplishments, she has maintained her cover. She has continued to present as exactly what the world expects her to be. A baby. Passive, dependent, preverbal, preambulatory, a creature defined by its helplessness, something to be handled, not consulted, something to be protected, not feared. This is not innocence, this is strategy. Let's start with the shooting, because even though we've already examined the shooting from the perspective of the mystery, there is a dimension of it that belongs specifically to Maggie's story and that changes the meaning of everything about her character. Whether or not Maggie fired the gun, and there are serious reasons to doubt the official conclusion, as we've already discussed, the aftermath of the shooting defines something important about Maggie's position in Springfield's social structure. A baby was identified as the person who shot the richest man in town. An investigation was conducted, the evidence was processed, and the official conclusion was yes, this infant did this thing, and there is nothing to be done about it. Chief Wiggum's exact words, "No jury in the world would convict a baby." Think about what this means in practical terms. The investigation produced a finding that an infant committed an act of serious violence against a powerful adult. The finding was accepted, the case was closed, and the infant in question faced zero legal consequence, zero social consequence, and because the person who was shot was more interested in protecting someone than in pursuing justice, essentially zero personal consequence of any kind. Maggie is now a person in Springfield who has been officially determined to have shot someone and faced no repercussions whatsoever. That is not merely an interesting biographical detail. In the context of Springfield's power structure, it is a status that most adults in the town would envy. Burns faces no legal consequences because he has the money to prevent them. Homer faces no professional consequences because Burns has a deal with Grandpa that protects his employment regardless of his performance. Maggie faces no consequences because she is a baby. These three characters are, in their different ways, operating outside the normal accountability structures that govern everyone else in Springfield. Burns through wealth, Homer through contractual protection, Maggie through the blanket legal immunity that society extends to infants who have not yet developed the cognitive capacity to be held responsible for their actions. Except Maggie has that cognitive capacity. She has had it, the evidence strongly suggests, for her entire life. She has just been very careful not to let anyone know. The final scene of the shooting episode is the piece of evidence that the theory rests on, and it is worth examining in close detail. The room has emptied. Everyone else has left. Maggie is alone. She looks around the room, not with the aimless, reflexive gaze of an infant processing sensory input, but with a directed, deliberate scanning motion. She is checking to ensure that she is not being watched. She confirms that no observers are present, and then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics the action of pulling a trigger. The show invites you to read this as confirmation of guilt. Maggie did it, and she knows she did it. And in the privacy of an empty room, she is reenacting the moment. This reading supports the official answer. It closes the loop. It makes the episode tidy. But there is a second reading that the scene accommodates equally well, and which, if you are willing to hold it alongside the theory of Maggie's intelligence, is considerably more interesting. Maggie witnessed the shooting. Whatever happened in that parking lot, whatever the sequence of events that resulted in Burns taking a bullet, Maggie was present. She saw it. And she is now in the empty room reenacting what she saw. Not because she is the shooter, but because she is processing the event in the only way available to a pre-verbal infant, through physical repetition of the observed behavior. Babies mimic. This is not a quirk or a developmental anomaly. It is the primary mechanism through which infants learn about the world, They watch adults perform actions and they repeat those actions, encoding the motor memory, building the behavioral library that will eventually develop into autonomous function. Maggie moving her pacifier to mimic a trigger pull is not inherently a confession. It is potentially a reenactment of an observed event, which is exactly what a baby who witnessed a shooting would do in a quiet moment when nobody was watching. If that reading is correct, Maggie is not confessing. Maggie is the only witness. And she is doing what the most intelligent version of a 1-year-old could be expected to do with information that she cannot share: storing it, processing it, keeping it behind the pacifier with everything else she keeps behind the pacifier, which is, the theory argues, considerably more than anyone around her suspects. The longest daycare is the piece of evidence that, if you have been inclined to dismiss Maggie's intelligence as an intermittent joke, makes it impossible to continue doing so. This is a theatrical short film, screened in cinemas in 2012, 7 minutes long, nominated for an Academy Award, and it is one of the most quietly extraordinary pieces of animation the Simpsons franchise has ever produced. It contains no dialogue, no narration, no explanation. Just Maggie moving through an environment, demonstrating what she is capable of when nobody is paying close attention. The premise involves a daycare center called the Ayn Rand School for Tots, which operates on authoritarian principles that the show clearly intends as satirical commentary. Maggie is dropped off. She encounters a caterpillar in the process of becoming a butterfly. A bully named Gerald, a baby, specifically baby Gerald, Maggie's recurring infant antagonist, wants to destroy the chrysalis. Maggie wants to protect it. What follows is not a cartoon chase or a slapstick conflict. It is a tactical operation. Maggie reads the environment of the daycare center systematically, identifying threats, escape routes, structural features, and the behavioral patterns of the staff. She develops a strategy. She executes it in stages, adapting in real time when conditions change. She makes decisions under pressure that require accurately predicting the behavior of multiple other actors simultaneously and adjusting for their responses to her moves. She identifies resources and uses them creatively in ways that the people who designed the facility clearly never anticipated, because they were not designing it for occupants with Maggie's level of strategic sophistication. She does all of this while physically limited to the motor capabilities of a 1-year-old. She falls. She crawls. Her body fails to keep pace with her decisions in ways that would be comic if the underlying intelligence weren't so plainly visible. Her physical form is that of a baby. Her mind is operating at a level that would challenge most adults placed in an equivalent situation with equivalent constraints. And she succeeds completely. The butterfly escapes. The threat is neutralized. The operation succeeds on every objective Maggie set for it. 7 minutes of film, no dialogue, 1-year-old, nominated for an Academy Award. The show has tested Maggie's intelligence on multiple occasions across multiple episodes, and the results, while varying in their specific numbers depending on the needs of the episode's joke, are consistent in their implication. Maggie registers as extraordinarily intelligent. Off the charts, beyond the upper limits of what standardized testing can meaningfully measure. The show plays these moments for quick laughs and then returns to the status quo of treating Maggie as background. But the data points accumulate, and the pattern they form is not ambiguous. Now consider Maggie's silence in the context of what she observes. Maggie is surrounded by an extraordinarily verbal family. Homer narrates his own thoughts constantly in a stream of consciousness commentary on everything happening around him, processed to whatever depth his damaged cognitive function allows. Marge worries aloud. She processes her anxieties verbally in a continuous, low level narration of the things she is concerned about and the reasons she is concerned about them. Bart is aggressive and loud, performing his rebellion in language designed to provoke, antagonize, and entertain. Lisa is the most verbal of all. She lectures, she argues, she explains, she makes speeches. She uses language as her primary tool for engaging with a world that consistently undervalues her. The Simpson household is saturated with language. And in the middle of all of it, Maggie is silent. The question the theory asks is why? Not in the developmental sense. The show establishes that Maggie can speak when she chooses to, her first word having been voiced by Elizabeth Taylor, in a moment the show treated as a significant event. She can speak. She has chosen, consistently and across 36 years, not to. Look at what happens to Lisa. Lisa is brilliant. Lisa is the smartest person in her family by any measure, smarter than most of the adults she interacts with, capable of understanding the world at a level that the world consistently refuses to match. And what has that intelligence gotten her? Isolation, mockery, consistent, sustained dismissal from the people and institutions that should recognize and honor what she offers. Lisa speaks up and gets ignored. Lisa challenges authority and gets punished. Lisa brings intelligence to situations that do not want it and experiences over and over the specific exhaustion of being the smartest person in the room, in a room that rewards something else entirely. Maggie has watched this happen since the day she was born. She has watched the family's most gifted member fight every day for recognition and receive nothing but resistance. She has watched the mechanisms of Springfield, the social norms, the institutional structures, the cultural values of a town that Burns has shaped to serve his interests, consistently work against intelligence and in favor of compliance. And she has drawn a conclusion from this observation that Lisa, to her enormous credit, has refused to draw. Visibility is vulnerability. Intelligence that announces itself gets punished. The more they notice you, the more they can dismiss you. The less they notice you, the more you can accomplish. Maggie's silence is not a developmental limitation. It is a defensive architecture constructed and maintained by a mind that understands with perfect clarity the terms of existence in Springfield. Every remarkable thing Maggie has done has happened in the spaces where nobody was looking. The shooting happened in a parking lot after the meeting. The daycare operation happened under the noses of staff who weren't monitoring infants closely enough to notice them organizing. Every heroic intervention, every display of capability, every moment where Maggie affected the outcome of events, all of it occurred below the threshold of adult attention. She has engineered her own invisibility. She has made herself the one person in her family who can operate without scrutiny, precisely because she looks like the one person in her family who requires the most care. She presents as helpless to make herself safe. She presents as precognitive to make herself undetected. She has maintained this presentation for 36 years without breaking it in any way that could not be explained away as infant reflexes, random behavior, or the kind of coincidental capability that adults attribute to babies without giving them credit for intention. This is not a baby hiding behind a pacifier. This is a person who has decided, with full awareness and considerable sophistication, that the pacifier is the most effective mask available to them. And what she is hiding behind it is a mind that has been watching Springfield for her entire life, processing everything, filing everything, and waiting. For what? The show has never said. And this is, the theory argues, the last truly unsolved mystery in the Simpson family. We know what Homer wants. He wants his family together and his beer cold. We know what Lisa wants. She wants the world to be better than it is and to be recognized for trying to make it so. We know what Bart wants. He wants to be free and to be seen and to be loved, despite all the evidence he continuously provides against it. We know what Marge wants. She wants everyone she loves to be safe. We don't know what Maggie wants. The show has never told us. The one character in the family who is operating at the highest cognitive level, who is the most informed, who has the most complete picture of Springfield's reality and the most freedom to act within it. This character's intentions are the last blank on the map. What we have are clues. She shot the most powerful man in Springfield and faced no consequence. She organized collective action among a group of subjects that the authority structure did not believe were capable of it. She has demonstrated consistently and without variance that she will act to protect the people she loves when they are threatened, using whatever methods are available to her and accepting whatever exposure that action requires. She is, within the logic of the theories we have been exploring tonight, the inverse of Homer. If the radiation in Springfield's environment has damaged Homer's cognitive function to a clinical degree, then Maggie represents the other end of that same spectrum. Same environmental cause, same family, same contaminated water and irradiated air. Where the father's brain was diminished, the daughter's was amplified. Homer and Maggie are two poles of the same radioactive reality. He is what mutation takes away. She is what mutation gives back, concentrated and intensified, expressed in the body of a 1-year-old who cannot walk a straight line, but can outplan every adult in Springfield. And if the coma theory is true, Maggie's extraordinary capability carries a different weight entirely. If Homer is dreaming, if every episode is a love letter from an unconscious father to the family he cannot reach, then Maggie's genius is what Homer hopes for most deeply and fears most completely. He cannot see her grow up. He cannot watch her become whoever she is becoming in the real world, the world outside the dream. He cannot know whether she is safe, whether she is flourishing, whether the intelligence he sensed in her has been honored or suppressed, or simply left unnoticed by the people around her. So in the dream, he makes her extraordinary. He gives her an intelligence that transcends her age and makes her capable of things that no actual 1-year-old could do, because it is the only way his unconscious mind can protect her in his absence. He makes her the most capable person in Springfield because the dream cannot let her be vulnerable. She is the smallest, the youngest, the most recently arrived. And in the dream, she is also the most powerful, because that is what a father needs to believe about the child he cannot protect in waking life. Maggie's genius, under the coma theory, is a prayer, the most specific and most desperate prayer a father can make. Let her be okay. Let her be more than okay. Let her be the kind of okay that doesn't require me to be there, because I'm not there, and the most honest thing the dream can give her is the strength to not need me. But back in Springfield, in whatever waking world still exists beneath the theories and the dreams and the contamination and the collective amnesia, there's another reading. Simpler, quieter, and harder. Maggie doesn't speak because she has learned that speaking gets you nothing in this town. She doesn't reveal her intelligence because intelligence is punished in Springfield. She watches everything, remembers everything, understands everything, and she waits. Something behind that pacifier is thinking. Something behind those enormous eyes is planning. Something in that small, soft, apparently helpless form has been quietly, patiently, unreachably cataloging the sins of Springfield for 36 years. When Maggie finally decides to act, when she breaks her silence and reveals what she has been carrying, Springfield won't see it coming. Nobody will. That's exactly how she designed it. Section 7. Mona Simpson and the Three-Generation Conspiracy. This is the theory that makes everything else feel small by comparison. Not because the other theories are small. The radiation and the coma and the shooting each carry their own considerable weight. But this one is different because it is not a theory about a town or a mystery or an institutional structure. It is a theory about a family, about what was done to one family by one man's decision to pursue a grudge across decades, and about the specific, irreversible damage that results when the most powerful entity in someone's world decides to use that power not to build something, but to destroy. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. This was established early and treated as fixed. Abe Simpson, Homer's father, had told him that his mother died when he was young. He had taken Homer to her grave. Homer had mourned and moved on, in the way that a child who loses a parent moves on, not by healing exactly, but by incorporating the wound into the structure of his personality until it became invisible from the outside, present in the texture of everything but never directly addressed. Homer's mother being dead explains a great deal about Homer. His particular brand of emotional neediness, his desperate, sometimes suffocating desire to be loved by the people around him, his terror of abandonment, the way it surfaces in his relationships with Marge, with Bart, with anyone he is attached to, the irrational certainty just below the surface that they are going to leave because the first person who was supposed to stay left before he could understand why. His willingness to absorb humiliation and mistreatment from his employer, rather than risk the one stable structure in his life collapsing. The way he clings to Marge with an intensity that is, at various moments, touching and exhausting and heartbreaking because Marge is the proof, renewed daily, that someone chose to stay. Homer's entire emotional architecture is a monument to his mother's death. And in season 7, the show revealed that his mother was not dead. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It aired in 1995. It is, by the consistent judgment of critics and fans across the decades since, one of the greatest episodes in the show's history. Not because of its comedy, though it is funny, because of the thing it does quietly, beneath the comedy, with the weight and patience of a show that has been building to this moment for 6 years. Homer fakes his own death to avoid working on a Saturday. A bit of business that is played for laughs and functions as the episode's comic pretext. The faking requires him to visit the Hall of Records to correct the record, and in doing so, he discovers something in the municipal database that should not be there. According to official records, his mother is alive. She has always been alive. The grave Abe showed him was not hers. It was the grave of Walt Whitman, the poet. Abe had been using a famous writer's headstone as the prop in a lie he maintained for Homer's entire childhood and adolescence and adult life. Homer finds Mona at the cemetery visiting what she believes is her son's grave, not recognizing him because he has grown from the child she left into the man he became in her absence. When the recognition comes, the reunion is what the show's best moments always are. Genuinely, unexpectedly moving. A grown man and his mother, separated for 27 years, finding each other in a place that was meant to mark an ending, and instead marks a beginning. And then she tells him why she left. The story goes back to 1969. Mona Simpson was a housewife. She was young and ordinary and entirely unequipped for what was happening to the world around her. The late 1960s in America were not quiet, and eventually, in the way that ordinary people sometimes encounter the extraordinary, when the world gets loud enough, Mona encountered the counterculture movement in a way that changed the direction of her life. The show's depiction of her radicalization is affectionate and slightly absurd. She is a housewife who becomes a hippie activist through a series of events that are unmistakably of their time. But the cause itself is treated with more seriousness than the show gives to most things. Mona and her group of activists targeted a specific facility, not a generic symbol of institutional evil. A specific facility in Springfield owned by a specific man. Mr. Burns owned a biological weapons laboratory. Let that settle for a moment. Not merely a nuclear power plant with an appalling safety record. A facility designed and operated for the production of biological weapons. Weaponized pathogens, germ warfare materials, manufactured in a laboratory located within the same town where families were living, where children were going to school, where nobody had any idea that the richest man in their community was cooking diseases. Mona and her group broke into the lab. They detonated what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, a device designed to destroy the biological agent stored at the facility. The operation succeeded. The germs were destroyed. The weapons were gone. During the escape, Mona made one mistake. As the group fled the facility, she stopped to help someone who had fallen during the chaos. The someone was Mr. Burns. She stopped to help the man whose weapons she had just destroyed. She helped him stand, looked him in the face, and Burns looked back. He saw her. He identified her. He reported her to the FBI. And from that moment, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She couldn't go home. She couldn't contact Abe. She couldn't be present for the childhood of the son she was leaving behind. She kissed Homer while he was sleeping and disappeared into the night. And she did not return for 27 years, and when she did return, Burns spotted her within hours, and she had to flee again. This is the first layer of the conspiracy. Burns identified Mona to federal authorities as revenge for her destruction of his weapons lab. He pursued her for decades with the specific, patient, resource-intensive persistence of a man who has had centuries to learn how to hold a grudge. He did not forget Mona Simpson. He did not move past it. Every time she came near the town, every time the possibility arose of her returning to her family, Burns was there with resources, with connections, with the specific, terrible capability of a very wealthy man who has decided that someone needs to be made to pay for something they did. The direct consequence of Burns's pursuit of Mona was Homer's childhood. Not the childhood Homer had exactly. He was fed, he was housed, he had Abe, which is not nothing even if Abe is not entirely adequate. But Homer grew up believing his mother did not want him, believing he was the kind of boy whose mother found reasons to be elsewhere rather than present for, believing, at some inarticulate but deeply cellular level, that there was something wrong with him that made people leave. This belief structured everything that followed. It structured his relationship with authority, making him compliant in the specific way of someone who is terrified that pushing back will result in the loss of whatever stability he has managed to build. It structured his relationship with Marge, making him cling to her in ways that are sometimes romantic and sometimes simply frightened. It structured his relationship with his children, making him both the imperfect father he is and the devoted one. Homer failing his children constantly, Homer loving them constantly, Homer unable to fully succeed at either, because the template for what a parent and child owe each other was broken in him before he had a language for it. Burns didn't just take Homer's mother. He took the psychological foundations that a mother's presence would have built. He shaped the empty space that her absence left, and Homer filled that space with whatever he could find, and the things he found were not sufficient. And the insufficiency is visible in almost everything Homer does. There is more. The conspiracy goes deeper than Mona's exile. The show reveals in a later season that Burns and Grandpa Simpson struck a deal. The specific crime the show references as the trigger for this arrangement is somewhat vague, but the structure of the deal is clear. Burns committed something. Abe discovered it. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns guaranteed that Homer would have permanent, irrevocable employment at the plant. No matter what Homer did, no matter how many violations he ignored, how many mistakes he made, how many times he should have been fired for being exactly the person the German investors immediately identified as someone who should not be near a nuclear reactor. 742 documented errors. The number the show provides for Homer's performance record. 742 specific instances where Homer's failures as a safety inspector created conditions that, in any real facility, would have resulted in immediate termination. And Homer was never permanently let go because the deal existed. Because Grandpa made an arrangement with Burns in secret to ensure that Homer would always have a job at the plant that was poisoning him, and managed by the man who had destroyed his family. This is the conspiracy in its full form. Burns drove Mona away when Homer was a child, ensuring that Homer would grow up emotionally damaged, desperate for approval, incapable of effective resistance. But, discovering Burns's crime years later, used what he knew not to expose Burns but to make a deal with him. A deal that tied Homer to Burns's facility forever, guaranteeing that the most effective saboteur of the plant's safety record would remain permanently in the safety inspector role. And Homer, cognitively limited by a combination of the crayon in his brain and the decades of radiation exposure that had eroded his neurological baseline, worked in that plant every day for the man who had taken his mother without ever making the connection. The show proves this with devastating clarity in the episode where Homer has the crayon removed and his intelligence restored. Intelligent Homer sees Springfield. He sees his job. He sees the architecture of his own suffering, the specific design of the trap he is in, and the understanding is so comprehensive and so unbearable that he can't and dad not stay in it. He chooses to have the crayon put back in. He chooses stupidity over clarity. But the choice was never really free. Homer chose the fog over the truth because the truth was intolerable. And the reason the truth was intolerable was that Burns had spent decades making sure it would be. A Homer who clearly understood the world would be a Homer who could not continue working for the man who destroyed his family. A Homer who could not continue working for Burns would shut down the plant. A Homer who shut down the plant would collapse the system that Burns has spent a century building. Burns needed Homer stupid. Every mechanism in Homer's life, the crayon, the radiation, the emotional damage from Mona's absence, the poverty that made the power plant job the only stable option available, conspired toward the same end. Keep Homer at the workstation. Keep Homer below the cognitive threshold required to understand what is happening. Keep Homer grateful for whatever Burns offers him, because a man who grew up believing he was unlovable will be grateful for almost anything. 3 generations. Who made the deal and buried the truth. Mona, who fought back and lost everything she loved because of it. Homer, who inherited the consequences and never understood why his life felt so heavy, why the simplest things were so difficult, why the world seemed designed to work against him specifically. And Burns, unchanged across all 3 generations. Still at his desk, still managing his treatments, still the oldest man in a town he has systematically broken down to ensure his own continued dominance. Still signing Homer's paycheck. Still unable to remember Homer's name. Mona Simpson died in a later season. Not dramatically, quietly. Homer sitting beside her, holding her hand, watching the mother he barely knew slip away after a life spent in hiding from a man's grudge. No joke, no reset, no comedic redemption. Just the weight of 27 stolen years, pressing down on both of them in a room that the show lets be still for longer than it lets almost anything be still. The Simpsons is a comedy. It has always been a comedy, but underneath the jokes, there is this. A family systematically destroyed by one man's decision to pursue a woman who blew up his weapons lab. 3 generations of Simpsons shaped by that decision. Broken, adapted, compensated, and never fully healed. And Burns won. He always wins. In Springfield, the man with the money writes the rules. Homer was broken before he ever clocked in, and he'll be working that plant until the day he dies, signing in on the same keypad, eating the same donuts, failing the same inspections, powered by the electricity that comes from the same cracked cooling towers that have been poisoning the water his children drink. In the town that the richest man alive built to serve his purposes, from the ruins of a family he took apart for revenge. Section 8. The Simpsons Predictions. Prophecy or Pattern. Let's talk about the thing that has made The Simpsons more famous in the 2020s than it was during its actual golden age. The thing that gets shared on social media every time a writer somewhere makes the connection between a frame from a 1997 episode and something that happened last Tuesday. The phenomenon that has transformed a 36-year-old animated sitcom into something that functions in the popular imagination as a prophetic text. The predictions, the big ones first, because you have likely seen them, and because they function as the entry point for everyone who comes to this phenomenon fresh. The year 2000. Episode title, Bart to the Future. The episode is a flash-forward story set in a speculative future, and in that future, Lisa Simpson has become the 41st female president of the United States. The details of the political situation she inherits are provided in passing, and one of those details is that her predecessor was Donald Trump. The episode aired in the year 2000. Trump became president in January of 2017. 17 years separate the joke from the reality. The internet's response to this, when it was noticed, was an eruption of astonishment that spread well beyond the show's existing fan base. Screenshots were shared millions of times. People who had not watched the show in decades encountered the clip and felt that specific, unsettling sensation of having witnessed something that should not be possible. How did they know? Who wrote this? Is there something happening here that ordinary explanations cannot account for? The list of supposed predictions extends far beyond Trump, and it is worth running through the significant ones carefully because the cumulative weight of these examples is the real phenomenon, not any single item taken in isolation. In a 1995 episode, the show depicts a device worn on the wrist that functions as a communication and information tool. The device looks, to a viewer from any point after roughly 2015, remarkably like an Apple Watch. Smartwatches did not exist as consumer technology when the episode was written. The conceptual extrapolation from existing portable electronics to a wrist-mounted equivalent was, apparently one that the writers made and animated years before the technology arrived. In 1994, Homer goes to space aboard a NASA shuttle, accompanied by Buzz Aldrin, and the episode engages with the dynamics of public and private spaceflight in ways that resonate considerably more in the era of SpaceX and commercial space tourism than they did when the episode was first broadcast. Commercial spaceflight was not a realistic short-term prospect in 1994. The trajectory the show was extrapolating from was real but distant. The distance has since collapsed. In a 1998 episode, a background visual gag includes what appears to be a mathematical equation, When this equation was analyzed by a physicist decades after the episode aired, it was found to predict a value very close to the mass of the Higgs boson particle, the particle whose existence was theorized but not experimentally confirmed until 2012. The episode was written by a writer with a background in mathematics. The equation was not placed randomly, it was constructed by someone who knew what they were doing. But the specific value it produced and its correspondence with experimental data, not available until 14 years after the episode, requires a level of mathematical foresight that sits uncomfortably with the coincidence explanation. In 1999, Homer speculates that the universe might be shaped like a donut. This is played as a joke about Homer's obsessive relationship with food. Years later, cosmological observations produced data suggesting that the universe might be torus-shaped, which is, in geometric terms, the shape of a donut. The scientific terminology and the Homer joke arrive at the same geometric description from different starting points. In 1993, a flu virus originating from Asia spreads to Springfield, causing the population to panic, empty store shelves of supplies, and frantically search for a cure. The episode aired 27 years before 2020. During the actual viral outbreak, the episode was widely circulated. And then, in the same episode, Springfield's residents accidentally release a swarm of killer insects into the town's environment, a detail that resonates almost uncomfortably with the media coverage of Asian giant hornets entering the United States in 2020 during the same months that the viral outbreak was at its most acute. In 1996, the episode Homer Palooza contains a throwaway joke in which the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally books the London Symphony Orchestra for the same event due to a clerical error. The joke is specific, absurd, and memorable. In 2024, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. Not as a joke, as an actual, planned, ticketed concert performance. 28 years between the setup and the punchline. In 1998, the show depicted a corporate acquisition in which a mega conglomerate with the show's fictional universe's version of Disney's corporate identity absorbed a Fox analog media company. The Disney acquisition of 21st Century Fox was completed in 2019. The show predicted its own network's parent company being acquired by Disney and was correct 21 years before the fact. The list goes on. Video calling depicted decades before Zoom. Autocorrect failures illustrated before most phones had touchscreens. Surveillance culture satirized before most people had considered the implications of the technology enabling it. The density and the range of the examples is genuinely striking, and it is this density that makes the phenomenon feel like something more than coincidence. But here's what the people who make the show say about it. And it is worth taking seriously before we consider what they might be missing. Al Jean, executive producer, addressed the prediction phenomenon with characteristic directness. His explanation: if you throw enough darts, you are going to hit some bullseyes. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes over 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of satirical observations about American culture, technology, politics, and society. When you generate that volume of content over that span of time, some portion of it will align with future reality through basic statistical probability. The show is not predicting the future. It is producing enough observations about the present that some of them are guaranteed to correspond with what the present eventually becomes. Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its most acclaimed seasons, was even more specific. Most of what gets called a Simpsons prediction, he has argued, is either coincidence or the result of the show depicting trends that were already visible at the time of writing. The writers didn't predict Trump. They observed that Trump had been flirting publicly with political ambitions since the late 1980s. And they wrote a joke about the logical conclusion of celebrity culture infecting democratic politics. The joke was not a prophecy. It was an extrapolation from visible data, pushed to its absurd but internally consistent endpoint. This explanation, volume plus extrapolation plus confirmation bias, accounts for the bulk of the phenomenon. And confirmation bias is the engine that makes the phenomenon feel larger than it is. There are thousands of Simpsons predictions that did not come true. Jokes about jetpacks, moon colonies, technological developments that went in different directions, political outcomes that materialized differently than the show suggested. Nobody screenshots those. Nobody builds Reddit threads around the jokes that didn't land. We remember the hits and forget the misses. And when you apply that filter to 800 episodes containing thousands of satirical observations, you end up with a highlight reel that looks supernatural. The Simpsons didn't predict the future. The Simpsons wrote so many possible futures that some of them were statistically obligated to occur. But here's where the honest accounting of the phenomenon gets complicated. Because the bulk of the predictions are adequately explained by volume and extrapolation and confirmation bias, and then there are a handful that aren't. The handful that are so specific, so precise, so eerily detailed that statistical probability starts to feel like it's doing too much work. The Trump escalator. The episode doesn't merely predict a Trump presidency, it shows him descending an escalator in a visual that corresponds with striking specificity to the image of Trump descending the Trump Tower escalator in his 2015 campaign announcement. A visual detail, not a conceptual prediction, not a celebrity might run for president, but a specific image of a specific person descending a specific type of moving staircase. The visual match is close enough that when the real footage was placed beside the animated frame, it was not necessary to explain why people found it striking. The Siegfried and Roy episode. The show depicts a white tiger attacking one of the performers of a Las Vegas magic act. The attack is specific and severe. In 2003, Roy Horn of Siegfried and Roy was critically injured when one of the act's white tigers attacked him during a live performance. The details of what the show depicted and what actually happened are close enough that they cannot be comfortably grouped with jokes about jetpacks that never materialized. The writing staff's background matters for understanding how these specific hits are possible. The Simpsons has employed, across its run, one of the most rigorously educated writing rooms in television history. Multiple writers with Harvard, Yale, and other elite academic credentials. Mathematics backgrounds, physics backgrounds, computer science backgrounds, political theory backgrounds. These are not people who are guessing randomly at what the future might look like. These are people who can read a technological or cultural trend with sophistication and project its trajectory with precision that exceeds what most casual observers can manage. They are not prophets. They are extraordinarily capable readers of the present. But there is a third framework for understanding the predictions that goes beyond both the supernatural and the statistical, and it is the one that the show's cultural influence makes available. The Simpsons is not merely a show that predicted certain events. The Simpsons is a show that shaped the cultural context in which those events occurred. Consider the Trump prediction. The episode aired in 2000 when Trump's political ambitions were speculative and his electoral viability was very much an open question. The episode places Trump in the Oval Office and treats it as the kind of thing that can happen, as one of the possible directions a culture that rewards celebrity and spectacle might travel. Millions of people watched this episode. It entered the cultural bloodstream. It became a reference point, a shared joke, a thing people said at dinner parties and referenced in conversations, and returned to whenever Trump's name came up in a political context over the following 15 years. The joke didn't predict the presidency. The joke normalized the idea of the presidency. It made the concept of Trump as president feel less like a shocking impossibility and more like an inevitable punchline that hadn't arrived yet. When the punchline finally materialized in 2016, the cultural response was not primarily shock, it was recognition. Of course, the Simpsons already did this. We already saw this. This was already the joke. The show's satire didn't forecast the future. It primed the cultural imagination for futures it depicted. It took trends in motion and presented them as accomplished facts, making those facts feel familiar before they arrived. And when they arrived, the familiarity was experienced as prescience. There is also the more unsettling version of this argument, the one that runs in the other direction. If the show shaped the cultural context in which the Trump presidency became imaginable, is it possible that the show played some role in making it more likely? Not through conspiracy or intent, but through the mechanism by which any sufficiently powerful piece of cultural narrative shapes the range of outcomes that a culture can conceive of as possible? The Simpsons made a Trump presidency feel like a punchline rather than a warning. Punchlines are expected to arrive. Warnings are expected to be heeded. Springfield doesn't reflect America. America has become Springfield. The nuclear plant, the corrupt billionaire, the incompetent government, the population too distracted and too damaged to understand how thoroughly they are being exploited. The endless cycle of catastrophe and reset and collective amnesia that allows the same mistakes to compound indefinitely. This is not a prediction of where America was heading. This is a diagnosis of where America already was when the show began. The show just wrote it down, and 36 years of writing it down every Sunday night in front of millions of viewers has made the description feel like a blueprint. Which brings us to the genuinely unsettling conclusion. The predictions aren't supernatural. They are the natural output of a brilliantly written show, running for an impossibly long time, staffed by highly educated observers who understand the present with unusual precision, producing more content than any other show in television history, and then having that content filtered through the most powerful confirmation bias engine ever created. The internet remembers the hits, it forgets the misses. And the hits assembled and curated and shared and reshared create a portrait of prophecy that feels like something more than what it is. But try telling that to yourself the next time a clip from 1998 lines up perfectly with a headline from this morning. Because knowing how the trick works doesn't make the trick stop working. 800 episodes, thousands of observations, and enough bullseyes to make even the show's own creators occasionally pause and wonder if they know something they shouldn't. Section 9. Where is Springfield? The geography of denial. No one knows where Springfield is. This is not a temporary uncertainty, not a gap in the available information that a sufficiently thorough researcher could close. It is a structural feature of the show, deliberately constructed, continuously maintained, and fiercely protected against resolution whenever resolution has threatened to occur. Springfield has been deliberately placed in geographic contradiction with itself for 36 years, and the contradictions are not accidental. They are the point. Let's map what we know. Springfield has a nuclear power plant. It has a tire fire that has been burning continuously for decades. It has a gorge, a harbor, and a bay. It has mountains nearby. It has a desert nearby. It has a beach nearby. It is close to the Canadian border. It is also close to Mexico. It borders Ohio, Kentucky, Nevada, and Maine, depending on which episode you are watching. It has experienced blizzard conditions and tropical heat waves within the span of a single season. The sun rises and sets at different times depending on the episode, suggesting different latitudes and different stories. The show has placed Springfield on every coast and in the heartland simultaneously, and has done so without apology. There are episodes set in Springfield that could only make geographic sense if Springfield were New England, and episodes that only make sense if it is in the Pacific Northwest, and episodes that require it to be in the South, and episodes that plant it firmly in the Midwest. It is everywhere and nowhere. It is the most famous fictional American town in the history of fiction, and its location is the one thing about it that has never been definitively established. Matt Groening, the show's creator, addressed the question directly in a 2012 interview. He said he named the town after Springfield, Oregon, where he grew up, and that he chose Springfield specifically because it is one of the most common city names in the United States. There are Springfields in Ohio, Illinois, Missouri, Massachusetts, and dozens of other states, because he wanted the town to feel like it could be anywhere. For approximately 48 hours following this interview, it appeared that the mystery had been resolved. Springfield was in Oregon. The creator had said so. Write it down. The show immediately continued contradicting this conclusion. Episodes aired after the interview that placed Springfield in geographic contexts impossible to reconcile with Oregon. The writers didn't honor the confession. The mystery continued. Groening himself appeared to step back from the definitiveness of his own statement. Springfield remained unlocated, and the unlocatedness was preserved with the same institutional commitment that has preserved every other aspect of the show's deliberate ambiguity. Because the geographic impossibility of Springfield is not a problem to be solved, it is a joke to be maintained. And like the best of the show's running jokes, it is a joke that contains a real observation about something other than itself. Springfield is designed to feel familiar to every viewer, regardless of their actual origin. It is meant to feel like your town, the town you grew up in, or the town you've driven through, or the town you know from someone else's description. A town with a nuclear plant and a tire fire and a harbor and mountains and a mall and a downtown and a school and a bar and a church and all of the people you'd expect to find in all of those places. Generic enough to accept projection, specific enough to feel populated. This is the surface explanation, and it is accurate as far as it goes. The show's creators have confirmed it. The universal specificity of Springfield's design is an intentional artistic choice, and it achieves the goal of making the show feel accessible to viewers in every region of the country. You watch the show from wherever you are, and Springfield feels adjacent to your experience because it was designed to feel adjacent to every American experience. But the geographic impossibility of Springfield, as opposed to its geographic universality, carries a second implication that the radiation theory, the coma theory, and the principle and the pauper theory each illuminate from different angles. Under the radiation theory, if the power plant's contamination has altered the biology of Springfield's residents, distorted their physical appearance, damaged their cognitive function, and created conditions that produce luminescent rats and three-eyed fish and a man who glows in the dark, why should the contamination's effects be limited to organic matter? If radiation can bend biology, can it not also bend geography? Can the long-term saturation of an environment with radioactive material not also affect the physical space in a way that produces terrain that does not correspond to any real location? Springfield has mountains and oceans and deserts in proximity because the contamination has compressed and distorted geographic features the way it has compressed and distorted biological ones. The town exists in a radioactive bubble of spatial distortion. Its geography is as mutated as its residents. Under the coma theory, Homer's dreaming brain does not have a precise cartographic map of the United States. It has impressions, fragments, the accumulated visual and sensory residue of every place he has ever been or seen or heard described. Mountains from a family vacation he barely remembers. Ocean from a television program he watched while falling asleep on the couch. Desert from a road trip taken years ago. The landscape visible through a car window on a long afternoon. Farmland from the drive between cities on some half-remembered trip. Homer's brain assembled Springfield from all of these fragments, layering them without geographic logic because dreams don't have geographic logic. Dreams have emotional logic. Springfield feels like America because it is made from Homer's memory of America, scattered, incomplete, held together by longing rather than by longitude and latitude. You cannot find Springfield on a map because it does not exist on the map. It exists inside Homer Simpson's head. And the head of a man in a coma, dreaming of everywhere he has ever been and everyone he has ever loved, does not keep its geography tidy. Under the principle and the pauper theory, Springfield's indefinite location is its most effective legal protection. Consider the practical implications of a town without a fixed address. A town without a fixed state has no fixed regulatory authority, no consistent EPA oversight, no permanent state attorney general with ongoing jurisdiction over the activities of the nuclear facility within its borders, no established relationship with a specific set of federal representatives who might be expected to ask questions about the three-eyed fish and the cracked cooling towers and the human skeletons in the basement. Burns's plant should have been shut down decades ago. Burns should have been prosecuted decades ago. The contamination of Springfield's water supply should have triggered the kind of federal response that transforms a community's understanding of what has been done to it. None of this has happened, and one possible explanation for why none of it has happened is that the relevant regulatory bodies have never been entirely certain which set of regulations applies to Springfield and which agency has primary jurisdiction. You can't investigate a town you can't find. You can't serve regulatory papers on a facility whose state of incorporation changes depending on which episode you're watching. You can't hold Burns accountable if the jurisdiction is perpetually undefined. Springfield's geographic uncertainty is not merely a comedy device. It is, within the logic of the theories, a legal architecture, a structure specifically designed to ensure that the accountability mechanisms of the real world can never quite get purchase on a town that keeps slipping between regulatory cracks. The contamination zone without a fixed address. The nuclear facility that does not reliably appear on any given state's map of regulated facilities. The most dangerous town in America, located nowhere specific enough to be addressed. The episode Behind the Laughter, the Season 12 mockumentary, contains what is perhaps the show's most transparent engagement with the Springfield location question. In the original broadcast, the family is identified as being from northern Kentucky. This appears to be a definitive answer. The show's own internal documentary has placed Springfield in a specific state, with a specific directional qualifier. Case closed, presumably. In syndication, the location was changed. The episode now identifies a different state depending on which version you are watching. The same episode, containing what appeared to be a definitive resolution to the geographic mystery, now provides a different answer based on the platform delivering it. Springfield gave you the truth, and then changed the truth depending on who was asking. This is, of course, the episode's joke. It is aware of itself. It is winking at the audience. But it is also in the way that the show's best winks work, saying something real beneath the irony. The truth about Springfield is not a fixed point. It is a variable. It changes to suit the context. It is whatever is needed for the moment, and the moment after that, it may be something else, and the moment after that, something else again. Springfield will never be located, not because the show cannot decide, but because the show has decided that the location is more useful as a question than as an answer. The question belongs to everyone. An answer would belong to somewhere specific, and somewhere specific can be investigated, regulated, charged, condemned. A town that could be anywhere is a town that no one can shut down. Section 10. The Floating Timeline. Why nobody ages? Let's come to the final mystery, the one that underlies all of the others, the one that every theory in this long journey through Springfield has been circling, approaching from different angles, lighting from different sides. The mystery that is not really a mystery at all, that the show has never tried to hide and has in fact placed at the very center of everything it does. And yet, which becomes, when you look at it with the cumulative weight of everything we have discussed tonight, one of the most unsettling features of a show that contains many unsettling features. Nobody ages. Bart Simpson was 10 years old in 1989. He is 10 years old as of this recording. Lisa was 8 then. She is 8 now. Maggie was 1. She is 1. Homer and Marge were in their mid-30s when the show began, and they remain there in precisely that zone, with no additional weight, no new lines, no evidence of the passage of time in their faces or their bodies or their energy levels. 36 years have passed in the real world. In Springfield, nothing has changed. The industry term for this is floating timeline. It is a standard convention in long-running animated television. The present is always the viewer's present. When the show airs in 2025, the characters are living in 2025, using 2025 technology, referencing 2025 cultural events. When it aired in 1995, they were living in 1995. The year changes, the technology changes, the references change, the people do not. They are suspended in permanent contemporaneity, always as old as they were when the show began, always as young as the show needs them to be to continue functioning as the characters they were designed to be. This is the accepted explanation. It is the explanation that serves the production requirements of a show that has been running for longer than many of its current viewers have been alive. It is true and it is sufficient, and most viewers most of the time accept it as such. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has accumulated contradictions so severe that they have begun to crack the foundations of the show's own internal logic. And these cracks, examined under the lens of the theories we have spent the last several hours discussing, reveal something that goes beyond production convenience into the territory of meaning. The most visible problem created by the floating timeline is the instability of Homer and Marge's backstory. When the show began, their history was grounded in the mid to late 1970s. They met in high school during an era clearly defined by the cultural markers of that decade. Watergate was part of the backdrop. The music, the fashion, the specific texture of their courtship, all of it placed them in a specific historical moment. If you were in your mid-30s in 1989, your formative years were the 1970s. This was internally consistent, and it gave the characters a specific cultural identity. But as the timeline floated forward, the backstory had to float with it. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they did not come of age in the 1970s. They came of age in the 2000s. Their teenage experiences should be defined by a completely different set of cultural references. And the show has attempted to honor this, rewriting the origin story in flashback episodes multiple times over the decades. In each revision, the era of Homer and Marge's youth is updated. The references shift forward. The specific period changes while the emotional content of the story remains identical. Homer and Marge have been hippies, grunge fans, hipsters, and millennials, depending on when you watch the relevant episode. Their love story has been told and retold, the emotional bones preserved, while the cultural flesh is replaced around them. They do not have a fixed past, they have a modular past reassembled to suit the current decade. This instability of memory, the show acknowledges, is absurd. The show is aware that it is doing this, but the awareness does not resolve the dissonance. It deepens it. Characters whose histories are continuously rewritten do not have histories. They have approximations. They have whatever their past needs to be in the episode that requires it. The authentic, specific, grounded reality of any individual experience has been replaced with a perpetually updated placeholder that serves the current moment and will be replaced again as the current moment becomes the past. Now apply every theory we have discussed. The coma theory says nobody ages because Homer went under in 1993 and has not come back up. And the people in his dream are the people he knew at the last conscious moment he had. They do not age because Homer cannot imagine them aging. He was not there to see it happen. His unconscious mind can only produce the versions of his family that existed in his memory at the moment of the coma. And those versions are frozen there, in the specific configuration of a Springfield April day in 1993, preserved with the amber-like fidelity of loss. The radiation theory says nobody ages because the chronic neurological damage inflicted by decades of exposure to the plant's contaminated output has disrupted the normal function of the population's biological clocks. Time continues in the world outside Springfield. Time has been bent inside it, its passage registered in cultural references and technological change, but not in the cells of the people who breathe the air and drink the water. The contamination that gave Blinky his third eye and Homer his impossible healing rate, and Maggie her extraordinary intelligence has also, as a secondary effect, altered the aging process in every person born or long resident within the contamination zone. The principle in the Popper theory says nobody ages because Springfield has collectively voted not to age. Not literally, sorry, there was no formal referendum on the passage of time, but in the same spirit that the town voted to maintain the Temsarian fiction. Springfield's collective psychology, shaped by decades of choosing comfortable reality over accurate reality, has extended that choice to time itself. We will not age. We will not acknowledge that time passes. We will maintain the version of ourselves that existed at the moment before the consequences of acknowledging time became too expensive to accept. And Burns's immortality, the actively engineered, medically maintained, radiation-sustained survival past the normal limits of human life, establishes a precedent. In a universe where the most powerful man in town has found a way to cheat death through technology and money, the concept of aging is no longer absolute. If it is negotiable for Burns, perhaps the negotiation is broader than it appears. Perhaps Springfield itself has become a place where the normal biological contract with time has been amended for everyone through mechanisms the residents don't understand and haven't been told about. The show has imagined its characters aging. It has done this explicitly and with genuine skill. The season 6 episode, Lisa's Wedding, is a fully realized portrait of Lisa at 23, engaged to be married, living a life that is recognizably continuous with everything the show has established about her character. The future it depicts is detailed and emotionally true. Lisa has grown up. She has become the person the show has always been pointing toward. Intelligent, principled, slightly lonely, searching for connection in a world that understands her imperfectly. The episode proves the show can do this. It proves the writers have thought about who these characters would become. The future exists. It has been imagined. And then at the episode's end, it is locked away behind a door that the show never opens again. Lisa returns to 8. Bart returns to 10. The future is sealed and the permanent present resumes. The show does not lack the capability to allow its characters to grow. It lacks the willingness. The capability and the choice are two different things. Why the choice? This is the question that the floating timeline ultimately asks, and it is the question that carries the most weight when you have spent 4 hours in Springfield and you have come to understand, in whatever way these hours have allowed, what the show is actually about beneath the jokes and the yigs and the endless, patient, loving attention to a family that keeps failing and keeps trying and keeps finding each other at the end of every episode. The Simpsons are frozen in time because we need them to be, not they, the characters, we, the audience. The people who have been watching since childhood, who grew up with the show, who know these characters with the specific intimacy that only comes from years of shared time. We need Bart to be 10. We need Lisa to be 8. We need Homer to still be at the plant, and Marge to still be in the kitchen, and the house to still be yellow, and the beer to still be cold. Because if Bart turns 11, something has changed. If Lisa turns 9, time is passing. If Maggie starts walking reliably, the baby is growing up. And growing up means eventually leaving. And leaving means the house on Evergreen Terrace is a little quieter than it was, and a little quieter than it was is the beginning of a process that ends in a silence we do not want to imagine. The floating timeline is not about the characters, it is about us. We pressed pause in 1989, or whenever we first encountered the show, at whatever age that was for each of us, on a couch in a house that still exists or no longer exists or exists now in the form of memory rather than address. And we have kept the pause on ever since. Because letting The Simpsons age means admitting that we age. It means admitting that the couch we watched it from has been replaced, or the house has been sold, or the people we watched with are elsewhere or gone. It means admitting that 36 years have passed, and that the passage of those years is not reversible, and that the specific, irreplaceable, unrepeatable experience of watching this show with the people we watched it with in the place we watched it, that experience is in the past, and the past does not float. The Simpson family has been preserved in amber, not by radiation or coma or collective amnesia or the engineered immortality of a billionaire's medical regimen. It has been preserved by us, by our need for something to stay, by the human compulsion, as ancient as fire and as current as streaming services, to keep the story going, to refuse the ending, to press play one more time and return to the house on Evergreen Terrace where the family is always together and the problems are always survivable and the credits always roll before anything permanent can happen. Homer will always make it home. Bart will always get caught. Lisa will always pick up the saxophone. Marge will always worry. Maggie will always watch from behind the pacifier. Enormous eyes taking in everything, saying nothing, waiting. And we will keep watching. Because that is what you do with the stories that have become part of you. You return to them. You trust them with the version of yourself that watches in the dark, in the quiet hours, when the world outside the screen has gone complicated, and the show is still simple, or simple enough that it still feels like home. Springfield is frozen in time because we froze it. We pressed pause on a version of something we loved, and we have kept it pressed for 36 years, and the show has obliged us, and the characters have stayed, and the house has stayed, and the loop has turned over and over in the dark. That's not a theory about a cartoon. That's a description of what stories are for. Section 11, Hans Moleman, Ned Flanders, and the Hidden Body Count. Tide count night. We have one more section before we rest. and it belongs to two characters who exist at the farthest edges of Springfield's mythology. One of them is a tiny, nearly blind man who functions as the show's most reliable victim. The other is the show's most explicitly moral character, and he is, by the analysis that follows, its most tragic. Let's start with Hans Moleman. If you have watched the show for any length of time, you know Hans Moleman. The way you know a recurring face in a neighborhood. Familiar, present, defined by a specific repetitive function. Hans Moleman suffers. He gets hit by cars. He gets crushed by objects falling from heights. He gets buried alive. He gets set on fire. He gets eaten by animals of various sizes. He gets struck by lightning, run over, trapped, poisoned, incinerated, and subjected to a range of physical catastrophes that would, in a realistic context, have ended his life in the first week of the show's broadcast. And then he appears in the next episode. Completely fine. No explanation, no recovery scene, no acknowledgement from any other character that anything unusual has occurred. He is simply there again, ready for the next disaster, as reliable as the sunrise and considerably more fragile seeming. The show treats this as a running gag. Moleman dies a lot. This is his joke. It is funny because it is consistent and because his specific combination of apparent frailty and actual indestructibility creates a comedic dissonance that the show exploits reliably. But Moleman once stated his age as 31 years old. 31. This is the detail that changes everything. Hans Moleman, who appears to be in his 80s or 90s, who has the stooped posture, the clouded vision, the deep facial lines, and the physical diminishment of a person in the last chapter of a very long life, has identified his age as 31 years old. And there is no canonical reason within the show to treat this as a joke about Moleman being confused or lying. The show presents the statement matter-of-factly. Moleman is 31 years old. Something has aged Hans Moleman to apparent extreme old age before the middle of his fourth decade. Something has compressed decades of physical deterioration into what should still be a relatively young life. And the same something has made him, apparently paradoxically, nearly impossible to permanently kill, despite the fact that he appears so fragile that any of the disasters he routinely survives would finish an actual elderly person many times over. Under the radiation theory, Moleman represents the most extreme case of mutation in Springfield, where Homer's radiation exposure has made him cognitively limited, but physically resilient, and where Maggie's has amplified her intelligence to extraordinary levels, Moleman's has produced an effect that operates at both extremes simultaneously. It has catastrophically accelerated his visible aging, reducing a 31-year-old to the apparent physical state of a nonagenarian, while simultaneously granting him a biological resilience that makes death, at least temporary death, something his body can experience and recover from. Not survive, recover from. There is a difference. Moleman does not merely endure the disasters that befall him. The show depicts him dying, ceasing, and then being present again, alive in the next episode. If the radiation theory is correct, Moleman's biology has been so profoundly altered by the plant's contamination that his cellular processes include the capacity for reconstitution after failure. Death, for Hans Moleman, is not the permanent discontinuation of biological function. It is a temporary system failure from which the body can restart, given time, in the same way that certain organisms in extreme environments can enter states of suspended animation and resume function when conditions improve. Under the coma theory, Moleman serves a different function. He is a background process, a minor character in Homer's dream who does not have the continuity resources that the major characters receive. Homer's unconscious mind maintains the Simpsons with perfect fidelity because they are the dream's emotional core. It maintains Ned Flanders and Moe and Barney and the other recurring characters with reasonable consistency because they are important to the dream's social fabric. But Molman is peripheral. He populates the background. He makes Springfield feel occupied. And Homer's dreaming brain, lacking infinite maintenance resources, occasionally lets the peripheral characters lapse. They fail. They cease. And then, when the next scene requires them, the dream reassembles them because the dream requires that number of bodies in the background. Molman isn't a person in this reading. He is a bit of dream furniture that gets broken and replaced. His deaths are not events. They are system glitches, the dream's equivalent of a background process crashing and restarting. Under the collective denial theory, the principle in the Popper framework, Molman's repeated deaths are simply the most visible example of Springfield's willingness to normalize the inexplicable. A man dies in public, visibly, in front of witnesses, and nobody calls an ambulance or files a report or asks how he came back. The town has agreed not to notice. The same agreement that allows them to live with three-eyed fish and cracked cooling towers, and a billionaire who glows extends, apparently, to covering for a man who dies on a semi-regular basis and keeps showing up for more. In Springfield, if everyone agrees not to notice, it isn't a crisis. Now Ned Flanders, and this one is darker and deserves to be treated with the weight it carries. Ned Flanders is, by any objective measure, the better man. He is kinder than Homer, more patient, more generous, more consistently moral, more reliably decent in his behavior toward other people. He is in better physical condition. He manages his finances more responsibly. He is, by the evidence of the show's entire run, everything that Homer is not. He is what Homer might have been, the theory argues, if Homer's family had not been broken, if Burns had not intervened, if the environment had not damaged him, if the crayon had not been there. And the show punishes Ned for it, relentlessly, specifically with a thoroughness that begins to feel pointed once you start looking for it. The most significant punishment the show inflicts on Ned is the death of his wife. Maud Flanders was killed in a freak accident at the Springfield Speedway. A t-shirt cannon misfired, and the projectile struck Maud and knocked her from the bleachers. She died because Homer was dodging the t-shirts, moving to avoid them falling on him, and the redirected trajectory of his avoidance sent them into Maud instead. Homer's selfishness. Homer's physical reflexes engaged in the service of his own comfort. Homer's inability to accept minor inconvenience translated into a trajectory that killed his neighbor's wife. And Ned forgave him. That's the most devastating part. Ned forgave Homer for Maud's death with the specific, complete, unambiguous forgiveness of someone who has accepted that harboring resentment is not consistent with who he is or wants to be. He forgave Homer, and he continued being Homer's neighbor, and he continued waving from the other side of the fence and offering tools and lending things and being the version of a neighbor that everyone else in Springfield cannot manage. There is a later episode that recontextualizes this forgiveness in a way that makes it considerably harder to read as virtue. A hurricane destroys Ned's house. The town rallies and rebuilds it. And the rebuild is so incompetent, so structurally unsound, so fundamentally inadequate that the house collapses almost immediately after completion. And Ned, who has absorbed the loss of his house on top of the loss of his wife, on top of years of Homer's abuse and indifference and casual cruelty that Homer perpetrates without malice but perpetrates nonetheless, Ned breaks. He has a complete psychological collapse. He screams at the town. He says everything he has been holding inside, all of the accumulated resentment and despair and grief that his relentless niceness has been papering over for years. He says it all, loudly, to everyone who has wronged him. And then he is institutionalized. In the mental health facility, it is revealed that Ned's relentless positivity is not a natural character trait. It is the product of childhood behavioral modification. Ned was a violent, uncontrollable child. His parents, being free-spirited beatniks who did not believe in conventional discipline, took him to a psychiatrist who used behavioral reprogramming to remove Ned's aggression. The program worked. The aggression was conditioned out of him. He was made through sustained psychological intervention during his formative years into a person who cannot express anger regardless of the provocation. Ned's kindness is not a choice. It is a It was built around the child he was by a doctor with good intentions and insufficient wisdom, and it has been with him ever since. A structure he did not ask for, does not always understand, and cannot fully escape. This reframes everything about Ned. His patience with Homer is not saintly, it is pathological. His brain will not allow him to fully experience the anger that Homer's behavior merits, because the anger was conditioned out of him decades before he met Homer. His faith is not spiritual conviction. It is a framework he adopted to impose meaning on a life that has provided him with consistent evidence that meaninglessness is closer to the truth. His forgiveness of Homer for Maud's death is not grace. It is the programmed response of a man who was designed, in childhood, to be unable to hold a grudge. The show knows all of this. The hurricane episode, which reveals the mechanism, is not presented as a comfortable story. It sits with Ned's breakdown in a way that makes the audience uncomfortable, and that discomfort is earned. Ned is not a joke. He is a person who has been conditioned to perform goodness for an audience that has never questioned the performance. And when the performance fails, what emerges is not villainy, but despair. Not rage, but sadness. A man who has been doing everything right, by every metric available to him, and who has received essentially nothing in return. And there is the theological dimension. The show has established, canonically and across multiple episodes, that God exists in Springfield's universe and is accessible to conversation. Homer has spoken to God on at least 2 occasions. God has initiated contact with Homer, offered guidance, made predictions, and demonstrated awareness of Homer's specific situation. God knows who Homer is. God has made choices about Homer's life. God has never spoken to Ned. Ned goes to church every Sunday. He prays with consistency and sincerity. He has organized his entire life around his faith, structuring his relationships and his choices, and his understanding of what happens to him around a theological framework that presupposes a God who listens, who cares, who has a plan. Ned's faith is not performative. It is the genuine organizing principle of his existence. And the show has never depicted God acknowledging him. Homer, who falls asleep in church, who eats donuts during sermons, who treats his faith as a convenience to be invoked when needed and ignored when inconvenient. Homer has face-to-face conversations with the divine. Homer gets prophecy and guidance and the specific personal attention of a God who knows his name. Ned gets silence. This is the show's thesis statement, delivered through the comparative treatment of its 2 most opposite characters. In Springfield, goodness is not rewarded. Compliance is rewarded. The system, Burns's system, the contamination system, the collective denial system, the floating timeline that preserves the status quo indefinitely, cares about keeping people in place, not about recognizing their moral worth. Ned is compliant in the deepest possible synonymous sense. He was made compliant before he could choose otherwise. His aggression removed by a well-meaning doctor. His natural resistance to exploitation engineered out of him before he was old enough to consent to the engineering. He is the most effectively controlled person in Springfield, and his reward for 36 years of perfect compliance is a dead wife, a destroyed house, a neighbor who will never appreciate him, a god who talks to Homer and ignores Ned, and a psychological cage that prevents him from expressing even the appropriate, proportionate resentment that these circumstances justify. Homer and Ned live next door to each other. They always have. Homer, who does everything wrong and faces no permanent consequence, and Ned, who does everything right and faces no permanent reward. Separated by a fence that neither of them crosses fully, defined by their opposition, representing in the clearest possible terms the two outcomes that Springfield's system produces. It doesn't punish you for doing wrong, it doesn't reward you for doing right. It keeps you exactly where you are, doing what you do, whether that is ignoring safety violations or forgiving your neighbor for killing your wife. The system is not moral, it is structural. It maintains its own configuration, regardless of what the people inside it deserve. That is the final theory, not about any single character or any single mystery. About what Springfield is, at the deepest level, stripped of jokes and references and guest appearances and couch gags. Springfield is a system. It maintains itself. It resets itself. It protects itself from the truths that would change it. And it contains people who are doing their best inside a structure that was not designed with their best interests in mind. Homer, broken before he clocked in. Marge holding the whole thing together with patience that has no bottom. Bart, rebelling against a world that is genuinely worth rebelling against. Lisa asking questions that the world genuinely does not want to answer. Maggie watching from behind the pacifier, knowing things, waiting. Ned forgiving the unforgivable because the alternative was conditioned out of him. Burns maintained by technology, running on radiation, too expensive to die. Hans Moleman, dying in the background, coming back, dying again. And Springfield continuing, always continuing. The plant humming, the cooling towers cracking a little more, the water running a little more contaminated, the sky a little more yellow, the fish a little further from what fish are supposed to be. And on Sunday nights, the theme plays, and the family rushes to the couch, and the credits roll, and it all starts again. That's Springfield. That's the show. That's the loop we built and maintain and return to night after night in the quiet hours, when the world has gone complicated and the screen is still simple. Settle in. Bart is still 10. The beer is still cold, and Homer is on his way home. He always makes it home. That's 4 hours in Springfield. Thank you for making it to the end, or for drifting off somewhere in the middle, which is exactly what this was made for. If these theories kept you company tonight, subscribe so you'll find the next one waiting when you need it. Springfield will always be here. It always is. Sleep well. Section 12. The Other Springfielders. Dark Details. The main theories miss every theory we have walked through tonight has focused, necessarily, on the characters at the center of the Simpsons universe. Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie, Burns and Smithers, Ned and Mona, the plant and the water and the skin, and the bones in the basement. The center of the narrative holds most of the evidence and generates most of the theories. But Springfield is a populated town. It has always been a populated town with dozens of recurring background characters whose individual stories, when you look at them carefully and without the comfortable distance of treating them as comic set dressing, carry the same darkness as the main narrative, the same contamination, the same impossible survivals, the same gaps where memory and consequence should be and aren't. Let's spend some time in the margins, in the spaces where the show has been quietly accumulating details that don't fit neatly into the main theories, but which, when gathered together, produce a picture of Springfield's character that is even more complete than any single theory provides on its own. Chief Clancy Wiggum, the head of Springfield's police force. The man responsible for enforcing the rule of law in a town that has been systematically operating outside the rule of law since before he took the job. Chief Wiggum is, by the evidence of the show's run, one of the least effective law enforcement officers in the history of American fiction. He misidentifies evidence. He loses suspects. He accepts confessions and then fails to verify them against basic facts. He is simultaneously overfed, underinformed, and almost entirely without professional curiosity. He is exactly the kind of person Burns needs in that role, someone whose incompetence is comprehensive enough to ensure that no investigation ever gets far enough to become inconvenient. But there is a detail about Wiggum's origin that the radiation theory makes more interesting. His asthma was cured during the raid on Burns's biological weapons laboratory. This is established in the Mona Simpson episode. The antibiotic bomb that Mona and her group detonated to destroy Burns's biological weapons accidentally cleared up the respiratory condition that had apparently troubled Wiggum for years. He was the security guard at Burns's germ warfare facility, the same facility where Mona's activism began, the same night that made Mona a fugitive for 27 years. Wiggum has been chief of police in Springfield for the entire run of the show. He has been, throughout that time, the primary institutional barrier between Burns's operations and any meaningful law enforcement response to them. He has investigated the shooting of Mr. Burns and produced a verdict that, as we have discussed, satisfies the available evidence only if you are not looking at the available evidence too closely. He has investigated various other crimes and catastrophes in Springfield with the consistent outcome of no meaningful accountability for the people with the most power and occasional severe consequences for those with the least. Whether this is corruption or incompetence is a question the show has always left open. The answer, under the framework of the theories we have spent the night discussing, may be that the distinction is less meaningful than it appears. A genuinely corrupt Wiggum would need to actively work to suppress investigations. An incompetent Wiggum achieves the same result through the simpler mechanism of being unable to conduct an investigation that reaches the level of sophistication required to identify what has actually been happening in Springfield. Burns does not necessarily need to bribe Wiggum. He needs Wiggum to be exactly what Wiggum is: thoroughly, reliably, professionally inadequate in ways that cannot be distinguished from strategic blindness. The result is the same either way. The plant operates, the violations continue, the water runs, and the chief of police is content with conclusions that close cases quickly and in directions that require no one powerful to answer for anything. Professor Frink, Springfield's resident scientific genius, a character who exists in permanent, frustrated proximity to a population that does not want what he offers, cannot use what he builds, and consistently encounters his innovations with a mixture of suspicion and accidental destruction. Frink invents things. Springfield breaks them, misunderstands them, or puts them to the specific kind of use that their inventor would find most alarming. What the radiation theory notices about Frink is his specific, persistent inability to change anything despite his evident capability. He has the intelligence and the technical knowledge to address many of Springfield's most pressing problems. He could, in principle, design and build equipment to measure the contamination in the water supply. He could conduct the environmental analysis that the EPA apparently never had. He could provide the scientific documentation of what the plant is doing to the town's biology that would form the evidentiary basis for the kind of federal intervention that would force Burns to pay the $56 million. He has done none of these things, not because the knowledge is not available to him, because Springfield, the system rather than the town, consistently redirects his energy toward things that are less threatening to the system's stability. His inventions are spectacular and useless. His science is impressive and inert. He is a man of enormous capability who has been positioned, by the specific social and economic dynamics of the town he lives in, to be consistently busy with things that do not matter, while the things that do matter go unaddressed. This is not conspiracy in the way that Burns's management of Homer is conspiracy. It is the softer, more pervasive kind of institutional suppression, the way a system ensures that its most capable potential critics are always engaged with something else. Frank is not being silenced. He is being distracted at the level of his entire professional existence by the specific character of a community that treats science as entertainment rather than as a tool for understanding its own circumstances. Apu Nahasapima Petilon, the owner and operator of the Quick E-Mart, Springfield's most frequently visited commercial establishment, the character around whom some of the show's most pointed and self-aware social commentary has orbited, and who exists in the show's universe as a man who has been in Springfield long enough that he has absorbed its full range of impossible survivals and institutional absurdities. Apu has been robbed at the Quick E-Mart on a frequency that would, in any real retail environment, make the business economically unviable. He has survived each robbery. He has continued operating the store. He has raised 8 children in Springfield, fathered all at once through a circumstance the show depicts, with its characteristic blend of comedy and mild horror, and he has watched all 8 of them grow up in the same contaminated environment where every other Springfield child has grown up. The show has not examined what Springfield's water and air have done to Apu's children with the same attention it has given to the Simpson family. But the logic of the radiation theory does not produce different results for different families. Whatever the contamination does, it does to everyone inside the zone equally. Apu's specific relationship with death and survival is worth noting. He has been involved in violent incidents with a frequency that, in any realistic setting, would produce a statistically significant likelihood of fatal injury. He has not been fatally injured. He has continued to run the store. He has continued to be the functional commercial heart of Springfield's daily life, the place everyone passes through because it is convenient and because Apu keeps it stocked with the specific things that Springfield's residents need to maintain their specific routines. He is, in some ways, the town's most reliable figure. More reliable than Homer, who forgets everything. More reliable than Wiggum, who investigates nothing. More reliable than most of the institutional structures that theoretically exist to serve the community's needs. Apu runs the store. The store stays open. The community depends on it, and Apu has not yet closed it. And this consistency is itself a form of stability that Springfield has been drawing on without fully acknowledging its source. Barney Gumble, Homer's best friend, the town drunk. A man whose alcoholism the show has depicted with a consistency and a specificity that makes it feel less like a character trait and more like a condition. A state of being that Barney inhabits rather than a habit he has developed. Barney was a gifted student before the drinking began. The show has established, in the specific, quiet way it establishes things it wants you to know without drawing attention to, that Barney's alcoholism was triggered by a specific event, in proximity to a specific relationship, at a specific point in time. He was Homer's friend before the drinking. He was a person of evident intelligence and evident potential. And then something happened, and the drinking began, and the potential was wrapped in the specific fog that Barney has been living in for the show's entire run. Under the coma theory, Barney is Homer's guilt made visible. Homer's unconscious mind building the dream from the material of his last conscious experiences has produced a version of his best friend that mirrors what Homer fears about his own capacity for self-destruction. Barney is who Homer might become without the specific, irrational resilience that the show gives him. Barney is the version of a working class Springfield man who didn't have Homer's particular form of indestructibility, who encountered the same environment and the same limitations, and the same absence of meaningful opportunity, and responded not with Homer's oblivious persistence, but with the specific surrender of someone who found one reliable source of relief and stayed with it. Homer's guilt about this is buried deep enough that his unconscious mind cannot acknowledge it directly, but it produces Barney, keeps Barney in the background of every episode, keeps Barney at the bar, keeps Barney available as the persistent, loving, hopeless presence that Homer has been circling for 36 years without being able to fix or fully face. There was an episode where Barney stopped drinking. He became clear-headed, productive, motivated, capable of engaging with the world at the level his actual intelligence had always been waiting to operate. The sobriety didn't last, not because the show was making a cynical argument about the possibility of recovery, but because the version of Barney who doesn't drink is not a Barney that Springfield can accommodate. The sober Barney was a person the system had no slot for, no function for, no role that matched out the capabilities he revealed. The drinking Barney was essential to the fabric of the bar, of Homer's social life, of the specific texture of Springfield's everyday. The sober Barney was a disruption, and disruptions do not persist in Springfield. They are absorbed or reversed. Barney went back to drinking. Springfield went back to normal. The loop tightened. Moe Shislak, the owner of Moe's Tavern, the show's second most important commercial establishment, and the space where most of Homer's emotional processing occurs outside the home. Moe is the show's most consistently melancholy character, not Ned, who's been conditioned against the full experience of his own melancholy, and not Lisa, who metabolizes sadness into motivation. Moe is the character who sits with his sadness the most nakedly, who acknowledges it most directly, who makes the fewest efforts to obscure it behind optimism or faith or productivity. Moe has been rejected romantically, consistently, and without exception across the show's entire run. He is aware that he is unappealing. He does not deceive himself about this. He has been the target of enough prank calls from Bart over the decades that the specific experience of having someone pretend to need him and then reveal that the need was a joke has become one of his baseline life experiences. He has been robbed. His bar has been economically destroyed and rebuilt. He has come close to dying in a variety of ways and survived each of them with the same weary, resigned quality of someone who has stopped being surprised by either the danger or the survival. Under the radiation theory, Moe is a case study in what the contamination does to someone who has been marinating in it, not just through the water supply and the air, but through the specific concentrated exposure of spending most of his professional and personal life in a poorly ventilated tavern in the center of Springfield. His appearance, the show depicts Moe as visually unsettling in ways that go beyond the show's standard character design, with features that are distorted in a more extreme direction than most Springfield residents. May be the more pronounced expression of what the radiation does when exposure is concentrated. The bartender whose tavern is the gathering point for the most radiation-adjacent group of people in Springfield, serving drinks made from Springfield's contaminated water supply, breathing the same recirculated air for decades. Mo is not mean. He is not cruel. He is a man in pain, who has been in pain for a very long time, who serves the pain of others with the specific competence of someone who understands it from the inside. Springfield could not function without Moe's Tavern. Homer could not function without Moe's Tavern. The emotional maintenance of the town's male working class population is routed in significant part through the specific kind of belonging that a neighborhood bar provides. And Moe provides it despite receiving, in return, the kind of treatment that the town routinely provides to its most essential and least protected members. He keeps the bar open. Springfield keeps coming back. The loop persists. These are the margins of the theories, the characters who confirm, through the specific texture of their individual existences, that what the main theories describe about Springfield Center is not an aberration or an extreme. It is the town's normal mode of operation, expressed in every corner of the map, in every building, in every person who has spent enough time inside the contamination zone to have been shaped by it in the specific, irreversible ways the zone produces. Springfield is not a collection of eccentric individuals. It is a population exhibiting consistent, system-level symptoms of long-term exposure to conditions that no functional civic infrastructure has ever adequately addressed. The eccentricities are the symptoms. The system is the disease. Section 13. The Simpsons and America. The mirror that wouldn't stop. There's a final thing to say about The Simpsons that none of the individual theories fully address, but that all of them together point toward. It is not a theory exactly, it is more like a consequence, something that follows from everything we have spent the night discussing, if you are willing to follow it to where it leads. The Simpsons began in 1989. This is not merely a piece of trivia. 1989 was a specific moment in American history with a specific character and a specific set of anxieties and hopes that the show is positioned to absorb and reflect. The late 1980s in America were a period of apparent prosperity and significant underlying anxiety. The Cold War was ending. The economy was in a specific phase of the deindustrialization that would continue accelerating through the following decades. The working class was beginning to experience the first sustained pressures of the economic restructuring that would define the subsequent 30 years. And in the middle of all of this, a cartoon about a nuclear plant worker and his family appeared on Fox television and immediately became the most talked about show in the country. The Simpsons was read in its early years as satire. And it was satire. It took the American working class family and placed it in circumstances designed to highlight the gap between the idealized version of that family that American culture celebrated and the actual circumstances in which that family was living. Homer was not the wise, capable father of the television sitcom tradition. He was loving and limited and completely dependent on systems he could not control or fully understand. Marge was not the fulfilled homemaker of the domestic ideal. She was a woman of evident capability who had been channeled by the specific economic and social realities of her situation into a life that asked less of her than she had to offer. This was satire. It was also documentary, and the question of which it was, satire pointing at a problem from a comfortable distance, or documentary recording a reality that the audience lived in, is a question that the show's 3.5-decade run has answered definitively, though not in the way that either answer would predict. It was both. And in being both, it became something that neither category fully describes. The Springfield nuclear power plant, with its 342 violations and its cracked cooling towers and its 5-figured safety inspector, is satire. It is an exaggerated version of the regulatory failures and corporate negligence that marked American industrial practice in the late 1980s, and that the environmental movement of that period was beginning to document and contest. The satire was pointed, and it was accurate, and it registered with an audience that recognized, in the exaggerated form, something genuine about the relationship between corporate power and regulatory oversight. And then the decades passed, and the real-world equivalents of the Springfield nuclear power plant accumulated their own violation records, and the real-world equivalents of Charles Montgomery Burns continued to find that the cost of refusal remained lower than the cost of compliance, and the real-world equivalents of Homer Simpson continue to occupy the safety inspector roles that a functional oversight system would have rejected them from, and the satire became less and less separable from the documentary. The show was not predicting what America would become. It was describing what America already was, in a register exaggerated enough to be funny and specific enough to be recognized. And as the decades passed, and the exaggeration was gradually absorbed by the reality it was exaggerating, the distance between the cartoon and the country collapsed in ways that made both the show and the country look different. America became Springfield, not because The Simpsons predicted the future, because The Simpsons identified the pattern clearly enough and consistently enough, and for long enough, that the pattern the show was identifying became the pattern of American life itself. And the cartoon about the pattern and the life that embodied the pattern became increasingly indistinguishable. The nuclear plant is in every state. The safety inspector is in every facility. The billionaire who refuses to pay the $56 million because admitting the violations exist would require asking what they have already done. This is not a cartoon character. This is a recurring protagonist in American industrial and financial history, playing the same role in the same drama in a different decade with a different name and a different industry and the same calculation. The cost of disclosure exceeds the cost of continued concealment. So we conceal. The collective amnesia of Springfield, the vote to forget, the legal decree, the exile of the truth teller, is the mechanism by which American communities have managed inconvenient industrial histories for as long as industrialization has been producing inconvenient histories to manage. Company towns have always voted to forget. They have always found ways to criminalize the truth when the truth threatened the economic structure that the community depended on for its survival. The principal in the pauper did not invent this. It observed it, named it, and put it on screen in a form recognizable enough that audiences immediately identified what they were looking at, even as they complained that the episode was unrealistic. The coma theory resonates because it describes something that is not limited to Homer Simpson. The experience of going under, of having something happen that changes everything, that marks a before and an after, that sends you into the specific suspended state of trying to maintain the life you had before the event against the evidence of the life you are living after it, is not a rare experience. It is a common one, encountered in 100 different forms, by 100 different people, in ways that produce the same fundamental dynamic. The dream that preserves what was, the refusal to let the thing that is replace the thing that was, the suspended present maintained against the evidence of time passing. Homer's coma is an individual story. The collective version of that story is everywhere. It is in the ways that communities maintain the fiction of economic and social arrangements that have already changed. It is in the ways that institutions behave as though the conditions of their founding still apply when the conditions have long since altered. It is in the specific, human, deeply understandable refusal to acknowledge that the world has moved. When acknowledging the movement would require accepting losses that feel unacceptable. Springfield is not a prophecy of America. Springfield is the American experience, concentrated and given cartoon form, made funny enough to watch and specific enough to recognize and sustain long enough that the recognition has had 36 years to deepen from entertainment into something considerably more intimate. We watch The Simpsons the way you look at a photograph of yourself from a long time ago, with the specific mixture of recognition and distance that comes from seeing yourself in a form that is both accurate and outdated. The person in the photograph is you and is not you. And the gap between the two versions of you is the gap that time has opened. And looking at the photograph is a way of measuring that gap without having to fully feel it. Springfield is the photograph. Every Sunday or every night when sleep is elusive, we look at the photograph. We see ourselves in it. We recognize the house and the family and the town and the specific texture of the life they are living. And we feel the gap between the photograph and the present. And we hold that feeling for 22 minutes. And then the credits roll and we close the photograph and the feeling passes and we carry on. This is what The Simpsons is for. Not the theories, which are true and interesting and worth the time we have spent on them tonight. The theories are the show examining itself. But the show itself, the reason it has run for 36 years and been watched by hundreds of millions of people across the entire duration, is something simpler and more fundamental than any theory can fully contain. It is a photograph of something we recognize, something that was ours and that we have not been able to stop looking at. Because looking at it is a way of not quite saying goodbye to the version of ourselves that first recognized it. Homer is us, not the best version of us. The version of us that is trying hard and failing often, and loving fiercely, and coming home at the end of every terrible day because home is still there and the family is still in it. And that, for now and for the foreseeable future and for as many more Sundays as the loop will run, is enough. That has always been enough. That is the whole show. Section 14. What the show is telling you, and why you can't look away. Let's end where the theories end, not with a resolution, because Springfield does not offer resolutions. Not with a conclusion, because the show has been running for 36 years, specifically to avoid conclusions. Let's end where the theories end, which is in the question that all of them together produce and none of them individually answer. Why can't we look away? Not why do we enjoy the show? Not why has it run for 36 years, or produced nearly 800 episodes, or spawned a movie and theme park attractions and more cultural references than any other show in American history. Those questions have answers involving quality and nostalgia, and the specific self-reinforcing momentum of a cultural institution that has been running long enough to become part of the shared vocabulary of the country it describes. But those answers are about the show as an object in the world. The question I am asking is about us, the people watching, in the specific quiet of the late hours, when the other screens are dark and the world has gone still. And this is the thing we have chosen, again, to sit with. Why Springfield? Why this family? Why, of all the stories we could be telling ourselves in the hours before sleep, is it so frequently this one? The radiation theory says because the contamination is everywhere. Because the cracked cooling towers and the three-eyed fish and the billionaire who won't pay the $56 million are not limited to a cartoon town on a fictional map. They are in the water supply of every community that lives near industry it cannot afford to question. They are in the regulatory bodies that were supposed to prevent exactly what the Springfield nuclear power plant represents, and that were systematically underfunded and understaffed and made dependent on the cooperation of the entities they were meant to oversee. They are in the specific cognitive fog of a population that has been told, consistently and by every available institutional voice, that the conditions of its existence are normal and acceptable and that the people who say otherwise are alarmists or radicals. We watch The Simpsons because we recognize Springfield, Because our town has a plant too, or has had one, or will have one, or has had the economic equivalent of one. The employer who is too essential to challenge, the damage that is too embedded to address, the community that has decided that the cost of asking questions exceeds the benefit of the answers. We watch because the radiation theory is not a theory about a cartoon. It is a framework for understanding the specific kind of institutional harm that is too distributed, too ordinary, and too economically entangled with the community it damages to be easily identified or resisted. The coma theory says, because we are all in some version of the dream, because the experience of maintaining a version of a life that was interrupted, of keeping the clock stopped at the moment before something changed, of refusing to let the changed reality replace the one you were living before the vending machine fell, is not a rare pathology but a common human response to loss. We watch Homer dream his family because we recognize the specific tenderness of that dream, the specific human impulse to hold the people we love in the form they had before time moved them. The wish, not always conscious and not always acknowledged, that the people we love could stay the age they were when we loved them best, when the relationship was newest, when the stakes were smaller and the joy was larger, and the future had not yet arrived to complicate the present. We watch because Homer's coma is a love story, the most involuntary and most sustained love story in American entertainment. A man who cannot come back from wherever he has gone, and who spends whatever time he has left doing the only thing he has ever really wanted to do, being with his family. We watch because that is a version of something we understand from the inside, from the specific interior knowledge of what it means to want to hold on to something that time is moving away from, and to keep reaching for it anyway. The shooting theory says because the official answers are never quite right, because the mystery that is closed is not the same as the mystery that is solved, and we have been living in the gap between closed cases and solved ones for our entire lives, and The Simpsons is one of the few cultural objects that acknowledges the gap directly rather than papering over it with the false satisfactions of tidy resolution. We watch because Maggie's pacifier gesture is ambiguous, and Burns's "Oh, it's you" is ambiguous, and Homer's season 18 confession is ambiguous. And the ambiguity is not a failure of storytelling, but an honest account of how things actually are in the world, where the official version and the true version are not always the same thing. And the gap between them is where most of the important action occurs. The Burns immortality theory says, because wealth is also a kind of immortality. Because the specific terror of watching someone stay alive past the point where any normal biological or legal or moral mechanism would have stopped them, past the point where accountability should have arrived and did not, is not limited to the specific case of a cartoon billionaire with weekly radiation treatments. It is the terror of watching the powerful remain powerful past the point where their power should have been constrained. Watching the systems that should apply to everyone except the people with the most resources. Watching the normal passage of time and consequence, and reckoning simply not apply to the person at the center of the system, who has spent their entire existence ensuring that it doesn't. We watch because Burns is real. Not the specific character, not the weekly treatments, not the Three Stooges syndrome, but the principle. The man who is too expensive to die, the institution that is too embedded to fail, the cost of accountability that is always somehow too high to pay. We watch because the show tells the truth about this, in cartoon form, in a way that is bearable because it is funny, and that is useful because it is persistent, and that is honest in a way that most of our other cultural objects are not. The Springfield geography theory says, because we all live in the place that cannot be found on the map. Because the experience of being from somewhere that is real and specific and fully known to you from the inside, but that is invisible from the outside. That does not appear in the national narrative. That does not generate the kind of representation that would make it legible to people who did not grow up in it. This is the experience of most American places and most American people. We watch because Springfield is everywhere and nowhere, and the people who live in it are fully specific and fully invisible, and the combination of those two things is the condition of most American life in most American places. The aging freeze says, because we need something to stay. Because the terrible, honest, unavoidable truth that underlies all of the theories and all of the episodes and all of the 4 hours we have spent together tonight is that time passes and the people we love change and the places we were young and change and the specific experience of being the age you were when you first loved something cannot be recovered once it is gone. We watch because Springfield doesn't age, and Springfield doesn't age because we won't let it. And we won't let it because letting it age means letting ourselves age alongside it. Means acknowledging that the version of us that first watched this show is not the version of us watching it now. Means accepting the distance between then and now as real and final, and not subject to the kind of a animated reset that would return everything to the configuration we remember. We can't look away because the show is holding up a mirror. Not the kind of mirror that shows you what you look like. The kind of mirror that shows you what you have been looking at for all this time when you thought you were looking at a cartoon. The kind of mirror that shows you Springfield and shows you America and shows you yourself and the people you love and the specific, particular, unrepeatable configuration of a moment in your life when the show was new and everything it was about was in the future and you were young enough that the future felt like it would contain more than it could hold. We keep watching because the mirror is still there. Because the yellow faces and the four fingers and the cracked cooling towers and the ageless children and the billionaire who glows in the dark and the safety inspector who cannot inspect anything and the baby who is watching all of it and waiting. Because all of it is still there every Sunday, the same as it was, the same as it has always been, the same as it will be for as long as we keep pressing play and the loop keeps running. The Simpsons doesn't end. It resets. It has always reset. It resets because we need it to. Because the alternative to the reset is the ending, and the ending is the thing we have been avoiding for 36 years. The thing all the theories are ultimately about. The thing that Springfield's collective amnesia and Homer's coma and Ned's conditioning and Maggie's silence and Mona's exile and Burns's immortality are all, in their different ways, trying to prevent the ending. The moment when time stops being suspended and starts being real. The moment when Bart turns 11 and Lisa turns 9 and Maggie takes her first certain step and Homer comes home from the plant for the last time and Marge is at the counter and they are all there and the house is warm and the beer is cold and the story, finally, after 36 years of deferral, arrives at its last episode. The show will not give us that ending. We will not ask for it. The contract holds. Springfield stays frozen. The loop keeps running. And somewhere in Springfield General, or somewhere in the town that appears on no map, or somewhere in the yellow house on Evergreen Terrace, Homer is on his way home. He is always on his way home. He has been on his way home since 1989. And when he gets there, the family will be there. They're always there when he gets there. That's the whole show. That's all the theories. That's Springfield. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. Whether you made it to the end or drifted off somewhere in the middle, this is exactly what it was made for. The theories will be here when you come back. The loop keeps running. Subscribe if you want to find the next one waiting for you, and sleep well. Bart is still 10, the beer is still cold, and Homer is always on his way home. Section 15. Smaller mysteries, stranger details. The Simpsons. Deep cuts. There's a category of Simpsons mystery that does not anchor any of the major theories, but which, when you spend enough time with them, begins to feel like the most honest kind of evidence. Not the dramatic architecture level revelations, not the things that require elaborate theoretical scaffolding to process, but the small, specific, recurring strangeness that accumulates in the corners of the show across 36 years and that nobody has fully explained. These are the deep cuts, the details that live below the surface of even the most careful fan analysis. The things the show has been doing quietly in the background without calling attention to them, trusting that if you look closely enough, you will find them, and that when you find them, you will understand that they were placed there deliberately and with care. Let's go through them together, slowly, in the way that suits the late hours and the comfortable dark of wherever you are right now. The recurring number 9. Across the show's run, the number 9 has appeared with enough frequency and enough apparent intentionality that cataloging its appearances has become a minor cottage industry within the fan community. Not in a cosmic significance way. The show is not the Da Vinci Code, and reading numerological significance into incidental production details is the kind of interpretive move that proves almost anything you want it to prove. But the number 9 appears in specific plot-adjacent contexts often enough that the question of whether it is intentional or coincidental is genuinely open. Sector 7G, where Homer works, contains the digit 7 and the letter G, which is the seventh letter of the alphabet. 7 is not 9, but the locker combination that Homer uses is shown in one episode to contain a 9. The address of the Simpson house, 742 Evergreen Terrace, does not obviously relate to 9, but 7 plus 4 minus 2 equals 9. The show's writers, several of whom have mathematics backgrounds, would be precisely the kind of people who would build a running numerical joke into the fabric of the show's geography that most viewers would never notice. Whether they did is genuinely unclear. The accumulation of instances makes it feel like more than pure coincidence. The absence of any confirmed authorial statement about it means it remains unresolved. This is the texture of Springfield's deep cuts. Things that look like patterns, that might be patterns, that the show has never confirmed or denied are patterns, that sit in the permanent ambiguity of something that could be intentional design or could be the human brain's tendency to find patterns in random noise. The show has been running long enough to produce both genuine hidden patterns and an enormous amount of material that looks like hidden patterns and isn't. The difficulty of distinguishing between them is itself part of what makes the show endlessly rewatchable. The television within the television. The Simpsons family watches a tremendous amount of television. This is not an incidental biographical detail. It is a character trait and a thematic concern, and a running commentary on the relationship between American families and American media that the show has been making since its first season. The television in the Simpson living room is always on. The family gathers around it. The content they watch, itchy and scratchy, the various news programs, the entertainment specials, functions as a parallel text to the main narrative, a show within the show that comments on what is happening in the main narrative through the distorting lens of a different genre. But there is a specific recurring detail about the Simpson family's television consumption that the coma theory finds interesting. In the dream, if the show is the dream, the ambient media Homer's unconscious mind would have access to is precisely what the show depicts. Fragments of television programming drifting in from wherever Homer's body actually is, processed and incorporated into the dream's fabric, assigned meaning and narrative function by a brain working with incomplete input. The television shows within the show are the most plausible candidate for what Homer's dreaming mind hears, filtering into the hospital room and translates into content for the characters around him to consume. When Homer's family watches television in the dream, they are watching the traces of the real world outside the dream. When they react to what they watch, laughing at Itchy and Scratchy, being moved by the news, being influenced by the advertisements, they are reacting to fragments of the world Homer cannot access directly, processed through the medium of the dream into forms that fit the dream's internal logic. The television within the show is the dream's window. It shows you the edges of what Homer's mind is receiving from beyond the coma. It is the most direct line the dream has to whatever is actually happening in the world outside the hospital room. And the characters' reactions to it are the most direct evidence available within the dream of how Homer's unconscious mind is processing the external stimuli it continues to receive. The recurring motif of Homer reaching for things that fall away. This is a visual pattern that appears throughout the show, in contexts ranging from the comedic to the quietly devastating. Homer reaches for something: food, a beer, the phone, an object across a room, and it is just out of reach, or it falls before he can grasp it, or he grasps it and it slips away. The pattern is too consistent to be purely incidental. It appears across too many episodes and in too many tonally distinct contexts to be a simple visual gag. Under the coma theory, it is the most literal expression of the dream's fundamental condition. Homer is reaching. He has always been reaching. The entire dream is an act of reaching toward his family, toward the life he had before the vending machine fell, toward the specific, ordinary warmth of the existence he was maintaining when consciousness ended. The objects that fall away are not the food or the beer. They are the proxies for everything that is just out of reach for a man who is asleep in a hospital bed and cannot be told that he is. The reaching is never satisfied. Not because Homer is denied things in the dream. The dream gives him his family, gives him his house, gives him the beer cold in the refrigerator. But the reaching itself, the motor impulse toward contact, toward grasping, toward the physical confirmation that the thing is real and present and held, this cannot be satisfied in a dream. The dream can produce the beer, but it cannot produce the tactile certainty of a hand wrapped around a cold glass. The dream can produce the family, but it cannot produce the unmistakable physical weight of another person's presence. Homer reaches, and the thing falls away. Homer reaches again. This is the dream's most honest moment, repeated endlessly across its runtime. The acknowledgement that something is missing, the impulse toward the thing that is missing, the impossibility of fully closing the gap. The continuity errors as evidence. The show has continuity errors, many of them. Characters appear and disappear between scenes. Objects change position between shots. Details established in one episode contradict details established in another. The show has been running long enough that its own internal record is too vast to be fully consistent. And the writing staff has turned over often enough that no individual writer carries the full weight of what has and has not been established. The coma theory finds a different kind of significance in these errors. A dream does not have perfect internal consistency. Dreams contain exactly the kind of continuity failures the show exhibits. Figures who are in one place appearing in another without transition, objects whose positions shift between moments of attention, details that do not cohere across the full span of a narrative, because the dreaming mind does not maintain the same rigorous continuity that waking experience enforces. The continuity errors are not failures of the show's production process. They are accurate features of a dream. Homer's unconscious mind is not running a film. It is running a simulation, and simulations drop frames. They lose track of where the minor characters were placed before they needed them again. They fail to maintain perfect spatial consistency because the part of the brain that maintains spatial consistency in waking life is not fully operational in the comatose state. The continuity errors accumulate over time, becoming more frequent in later seasons because the brain is deteriorating. The simulation is less well maintained now than it was in the earlier seasons, when the brain had more intact processing available. The errors are not mistakes, they are evidence. The Springfield Elementary Curriculum Mystery. Over the course of the show's run, Springfield Elementary has been depicted teaching an extraordinarily inconsistent curriculum, with a range of standards that varies from episode to episode in ways that suggest the school's educational philosophy is determined less by any coherent pedagogical framework and more by whatever the episode's plot requires. In some episodes, the school maintains rigorous academic standards that Bart genuinely struggles to meet. In others, the standards are so lax that Bart's academic failures would have to be understood as deliberately chosen rather than the product of inadequate instruction. The radiation theory has a specific application here. A school whose entire student population has been drinking the same contaminated water and breathing the same contaminated air for their entire lives is a school whose baseline for what constitutes normal cognitive development has been shifted by that contamination. The teachers, themselves long-term Springfield residents, are setting standards against a population whose cognitive function has been compromised in ways that the teachers themselves, also compromised, are not fully equipped to identify. What the school is doing in this reading is maintaining an educational environment calibrated to the capacities of a contaminated population. The curriculum is not inconsistent because the writers are inconsistent. The curriculum is inconsistent because the actual population it is designed to serve is cognitively variable in ways that depend on individual exposure levels, individual genetic responses to the contamination, and the specific, uncontrolled ways that each child's biology has interacted with Springfield's altered environment. Some children are more affected, some are less. The curriculum adjusts not through deliberate policy, but through the accumulated, unconscious calibration of teachers who are themselves adjusted, teaching students who are themselves adjusted in an environment that has been adjusted so thoroughly and for so long that nobody inside it can identify the baseline anymore. Lisa is the outlier. Lisa's intelligence exists in relation to a population whose cognitive baseline has been depressed, which makes her apparent intelligence more extreme relative to her environment than it would be in a non-contaminated setting. She is not simply smart in Springfield. She is radically, dramatically, visibly different from the cognitive norm because the norm has been lowered. Her intelligence is real and significant in absolute terms. But its appearance of exceptionality is amplified by the specific cognitive landscape of the community it inhabits. This also explains some of the difficulty Lisa experiences in her relationship with her environment. She is not merely unusually intelligent in a normal distribution. She is unusually intelligent relative to a distribution that has been shifted downward. The gap between her and everyone around her is larger than it would be in an uncontaminated population. The isolation that comes with that gap is correspondingly more severe. The mystery of Martin Prince. Martin Prince is Springfield Elementary's other academically gifted student, and his presence in the show is interesting precisely because he and Lisa represent two different responses to the same experience of being cognitively distinctive in Springfield's specific environment. Both of them are intelligent. Both of them face the social consequences of intelligence in a community that doesn't know what to do with it. But their responses to these consequences diverge in ways that illuminate something about the choices available to the unusually capable in Springfield's specific context. Martin is performatively enthusiastic about his own intelligence. He announces it, celebrates it, uses it as the primary axis of his identity in a social context that responds to this announcement with bullying and exclusion. He has made the Lisa choice to be visible, to engage, to insist on the value of intelligence in a community that does not reward it. But without Lisa's other qualities, the moral seriousness, the emotional intelligence, the self-awareness that allows Lisa to understand the cost of her choice even as she makes it, Martin pays the cost without fully understanding it. He is bullied because he is bright and because he makes his brightness impossible to ignore. And he responds to the bullying by doubling down on the very behavior that provokes it, because the alternative, being less than he is not an option he has been equipped to choose. He is, in this reading, the version of Springfield's exceptional children who did not make the choices Lisa made or the choices Maggie made, who tried to be fully himself in an environment that punishes full selfhood in the specific direction of intelligence, and who absorbed the punishment without the benefit of either Lisa's resilience or Maggie's strategic invisibility. Under the coma theory, Martin represents Homer's awareness of what happens to bright kids in Springfield. Homer cannot fully understand his own intelligence. The coma happened before the crayon removal episode that would have given him a taste of it, and the dream builds from the Homer who had the crayon, not the Homer who had it removed. But Homer has watched Lisa. He knows, in the intuitive, non-analytical way that Homer knows most things, that being smart in Springfield is a kind of suffering. Martin is the dream's acknowledgement of this. The bright kid who has the one quality that Springfield most reliably punishes, expressed in the form most likely to attract that punishment, living the consequences that Homer's dream already knows are coming. The mystery of Sideshow Bob, Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr., occupies a unique position in the show's mythology that has always slightly resisted the frameworks that explain everyone else. He is, by any measure, overqualified for the crimes he commits. He is a genius, a polymath, a man of genuine cultural sophistication, whose life has been defined by his obsessive vendetta against a 10-year-old boy. The show has played his villainy for increasingly self-aware comedy, with Sideshow Bob's operatic ambition and his repeated spectacular failures becoming one of the show's most reliable structural jokes. But there is something underneath the joke that the show has touched on occasionally and never fully developed. Sideshow. Bob is what happens when enormous capability is channeled by personal bitterness into a trajectory that the capability can sustain, but that the goal does not deserve. He has the intelligence and the planning ability and the sheer technical competence to do almost anything he chose. The thing he has chosen is killing Bart Simpson. Not because Bart represents anything worth destroying, not because the vendetta serves any larger purpose, but because the humiliation that originated it, being framed by a 10-year-old, losing his position going to prison, was processed by a personality constitutionally incapable of accepting defeat as a final verdict. And the obsession that resulted has been running ever since. The radiation theory is less applicable to Sideshow Bob than to most Springfield characters, because Bob is from outside Springfield in ways that most recurring characters are not. His family, introduced in later seasons, is from a different cultural context entirely. His intelligence does not read as the amplified version of a contaminated population's cognitive capacity. It reads as genuine, unmodified, pre-contamination intelligence, which makes him, in a specific way, a control case. A highly intelligent person who interacts with Springfield from a position of relative neurological intactness, who has not been drinking the water since birth, who does not share the specific cognitive damage of the longer-term residents. And what his intelligence does with Springfield, what it produces in the context of the town's specific dynamics, is a particularly intense and well-organized version of exactly what intelligence always produces in Springfield: frustration, failure, and eventually the kind of repetitive, obsessive behavior that looks from the outside like a parody of itself. Springfield defeats intelligence. This is the consistent outcome. Lisa is defeated by it daily and persists through sheer moral force. Maggie has adapted to it by making herself invisible. Martin absorbs it without defending himself effectively. Sideshow Bob has been defeated by a 10-year-old so many times that the defeat has become its own self-sustaining system. And Frink builds elaborate innovations that immediately become irrelevant. Intelligence in Springfield is not a tool for changing the system. It is raw material that the system redirects, exhausts, defeats, or absorbs. The system is not intelligent in any individual sense. It does not have a plan or a will or a consciousness. It is simply the accumulated weight of everything that has been done to this town by the plant and the contamination and the man who built both, and the decades of collective amnesia that followed. And that accumulated weight defeats intelligence, not through any active effort, but through the simple structural fact that the weight is too heavy and too diffuse and too deeply embedded to be lifted by any individual capability, however considerable. The only things that might change Springfield are the things that go around the intelligence problem entirely. Things like Maggie's strategic invisibility. Things like the slow, patient accumulation of the kind of collective consciousness that arises not from any single act of clarity, but from a million small moments of recognition that gradually produce a tipping point. Things like the outside intervention of a federal agency with a glass dome and the authority to impose what the community cannot impose on itself. Springfield has experienced all of these things in various forms at various points across its history. The dome came down and went back up. Maggie's tipping point has not yet arrived. The collective consciousness has not reached whatever threshold would convert it from ambient recognition into active change. The loop continues. The system maintains itself. The cooling towers crack a little more each day, and the water runs a little more contaminated, and the fish are a little further from what fish should be. And somewhere in the corner of the frame, Hans Molman walks into traffic, and the sun sets on Evergreen Terrace, and the porch light is on at 7:42, and Homer is on his way. He's always on his way. The deep cuts are there for the people who want them. The small, specific, recurring strangeness in the corners of the frame. The number 9 and the reaching gesture and the continuity errors and the curriculum gap and the bright kids and the control case. They are not the architecture of the show. They are its texture. The evidence that the people who built this thing were paying attention at every level simultaneously, leaving traces in the places where only the most careful eyes would find them. Traces that say, we know. We have always known. We built this the way it is on purpose, with care, with the specific awareness that what we were making was more than what it appeared to be. Come back and look again. There is always more. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. Whether you made it to the end or drifted off somewhere in the middle, this is exactly what it was made for. The theories will be here when you come back. The loop keeps running. Subscribe if you want to find the next one waiting for you, and sleep well. Bart is still 10, the beer is still cold, and Homer is always on his way home. Section 16. Last Thoughts from Springfield. The things the show almost said. Before we finally close the loop and let the night settle into quiet, there are a handful of things the show almost said. Moments where the narrative approached a threshold and then stepped back. Moments where a revelation was built toward with careful precision and then deflected with comedy before the full weight of it could land. These are the moments that stay with you longest. Not the things the show said, but the things it built towards saying and then could not quite say. The moment in season 9 when Homer is given the opportunity to understand everything. The specific episode, not the crayon removal, which comes later, but an earlier, less remarked upon moment where Homer is briefly, partially, incompletely connected to a version of himself that can see the pattern. He sees the plant, he sees burns, he sees the contamination, he sees the system. And then something in the episode's mechanics requires him to not see it. And the connection breaks, and Homer returns to the version of himself that is functional inside the dream and the loop and the town's consensus reality. The show brought him to the edge of full comprehension and then pulled him back because a Homer who fully comprehends is not a Homer who can keep working at the plant, and the show needs Homer at the plant, and Homer at the plant needs Homer incapable of understanding what the plant is. This is not lazy writing. This is honest writing about the specific structural way that comprehension is made unavailable to people who are dependent on the systems that harm them. The comprehension is there, the approach to it is possible. The full arrival at it is prevented, not by any single deliberate act of suppression, but by the accumulated weight of dependency that makes the full understanding functionally unlivable. Homer reaches the edge of comprehension and steps back. He always steps back. Because the alternative, full comprehension, full understanding of the architecture of his own exploitation, is a place that Springfield does not have room for. The moment when Lisa almost left. Several times across the show's run, storylines have built toward the possibility of Lisa permanently departing Springfield for some environment more suited to her capabilities. She has been offered opportunities, has been accepted into programs, has been presented with futures that would take her away from Evergreen Terrace and into the world that her intelligence genuinely belongs in. And each time the possibility is resolved in a way that keeps her home. Sometimes through her own choice, sometimes through circumstance, sometimes through the specific emotional gravity of family that the show is careful to maintain as the force that overrides every other consideration in the Simpson household. The show cannot let Lisa leave, not permanently, not in the way that would constitute a real departure. Because Lisa leaving would break the specific tension that is the show's most important relationship. The tension between the exceptional mind and the ordinary environment, between the person who can see clearly and the community that does not want to be seen clearly, between the intelligence that asks the questions and the system that has evolved specifically to prevent the questions from producing answers. Lisa is the show's conscience. She is the character through whom the show's awareness of its own implications is expressed. When the show wants to acknowledge that Springfield is wrong, Lisa says so. When the show wants to place the contamination, the exploitation, the collective amnesia in a frame of moral seriousness, Lisa provides that frame. And the show needs her to do this. It needs her to keep asking the questions that nobody wants to answer. Not because the questions will produce answers, but because the asking is itself the moral act. The record of someone having seen clearly, even in a place that does not want to be seen. If Lisa left, the show would lose its ability to look at itself honestly. The frame would collapse. The collective amnesia would become total rather than partial, because the one character who refuses amnesia would be gone. And Springfield's preferred reality would be the only reality left on screen. So she stays. Not because she cannot leave, because the show cannot afford for her to leave. And because Homer's dream, which is built from love rather than from logic, cannot afford to lose her either. She is 8 years old, and she has been 8 years old for 36 years, and she has been asking questions for all of it. She will keep asking. The moment when Marge almost snapped, not the way Ned snapped, through a breakdown and a revelation and a return to a conditioned baseline. The way someone snaps who has been holding too much for too long, and who finally, for one episode, is allowed to put some of it down. Marge has had these episodes. The show has, periodically and with evident care, given Marge moments of genuine rebellion against the specific accumulated weight of holding the Simpson household together with her own hands. While Homer's chaos spirals around her and the kids need things and the system does not provide them. These moments are always resolved. Marge returns to the configuration. The weight is picked back up. The patience is renewed. The show cannot sustain a Marge who has genuinely, finally put the weight down because the weight she carries is structural to what the show is. If Marge stops holding things together, the things fall apart. And the things falling apart is not a story the show can tell, because the things falling apart is the ending. And the ending is the one thing Springfield cannot permit. But in those moments, the moments when the episode allows Marge to be exhausted, to be angry, to be something other than the reliable emotional infrastructure of the household, the show is being honest about something it usually keeps below the surface. The patience has a cost. The holding together has a cost. The specific, sustained, decades-long effort of being the person who keeps a household functional when the other adult in the household is constitutionally incapable of functional contribution. This has a cost, and Marge pays it, and the show knows she pays it, and occasionally it acknowledges the payment. And then it asks her to pick the weight back up. And she does, because she is Marge, and because the loop requires it, and because the family needs it, and because the dream cannot run without the person who makes the dream livable. She is the foundation of the house on Evergreen Terrace. Everything else stands on her. The moment when the show came closest to the full truth, not in any single episode, not in any single revelation, but in the accumulation of a particular run of seasons, roughly seasons 4 through 8, when the show was operating at the intersection of its fullest artistic ambition and its most honest engagement with its own subject matter. In those seasons, the show was making something that knew exactly what it was and was willing to follow that self-knowledge wherever it led. The radiation theory was fully present in those seasons, though not articulated. The coma theory's seeds were planted in season 4. The shooting was conducted and resolved in season 6 and 7. Mona Simpson was revealed in season 7. The collective amnesia mechanism was not yet exposed in the Tamzarian episode that came in season 9. But it was operating, visible to anyone willing to look for it, in the way the town responded to and then forgot each catastrophe. In those seasons, the show was telling the full truth about Springfield, while maintaining enough comedy to make the truth bearable. The truth was in the specific way the episodes balanced genuine emotional weight against the absurdist comedy that was the show's dominant register. It was in the way Homer's love for his family was rendered as both touching and slightly desperate. It was in the way Lisa's intelligence was treated as both her greatest gift and her deepest isolation. It was in the way Burns was depicted as not merely villainous, but specifically, institutionally, structurally villainous, in ways that the individual episodes were not required to resolve because the show understood that this kind of villainy does not resolve in the space of a half-hour episode. Those seasons were The Simpsons saying the full truth as clearly as entertainment can say the full truth, and the audience received it, and the show ran for 30 more years on the foundation of what those seasons built. The later seasons are not the show at its best, but they are the show maintaining the loop that those seasons built, because the loop is what the audience returns to, and the audience returns because the loop holds the family, and the family holds the love. And the love is what the show has always finally been about. Springfield is wrong. Springfield is contaminated and corrupt and cognitively impaired and geographically impossible and temporally suspended and governed by a man who is too expensive to die and policed by a force too incompetent to investigate. All of this is true. All of this is what the theories describe. And the family is real. The love is real. The house on Evergreen Terrace, the couch, the beer, the specific warmth of the specific configuration of four people and one baby who stumble through every impossible episode and find their way back to each other by the credits. This is real too, as real as anything in a cartoon can be, which is to say, real in the way that matters, which is the way that is felt rather than the way that is measured. The show holds both things, the wrongness of Springfield and the rightness of the family inside it, the contamination and the love, the system that exploits and the household that endures, the radiation and the yellow skin and the four fingers and the three-eyed fish and the bones in the basement, and Homer coming home, always coming home. That is Springfield. That is the full truth of it, held without resolution, turned over in the quiet of the late hours, allowed to be what it is. The plant is the show. The family is the show. Both things, always, at the same time. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. Whether you made it to the end or drifted off somewhere in the middle, this is exactly what it was made for. The theories will be here when you come back. The loop keeps running. Subscribe if you want to find the next one waiting for you. And sleep well, Siannam. Bart is still 10, the beer is still cold, and Homer is always on his way home. A final note on why these theories matter. There is a version of this conversation that treats everything we have spent the night discussing as trivia. Interesting trivia, meticulously assembled trivia, trivia that has occupied some of the sharpest minds in fan communities for decades. But trivia nonetheless. A cartoon is a cartoon. A theory about a cartoon is a game played with someone else's creative work. The radiation is a metaphor, and the coma is a storytelling observation, and the shooting is an unsolved fictional puzzle, and the immortality is a running joke about an animated villain, and at the end of the night, it is all in service of entertainment that airs on Sunday nights between commercials. That version of the conversation is technically true and completely misses the point. The theories matter because The Simpsons matters, and The Simpsons matters in a way that very few pieces of American entertainment do, which is the way that a thing matters when it has been running long enough and watched widely enough and constructed carefully enough to become part of the shared frame through which a culture understands itself. The Simpsons has been running since before a significant portion of its current audience was born. It has been part of the background radiation, this metaphor now feels earned, of American cultural life for 36 years. It has provided the vocabulary, the images, the specific flavors of irony and sentimentality and social observation that enormous numbers of people carry as part of their default interpretive framework. This is not nothing. This is one of the most significant things a piece of culture can do. And when a piece of culture achieves this kind of embedding, the questions that fan communities ask about it, the theories, the deep readings, the careful attention to details that the creators may or may not have placed intentionally, are not merely games. They are the cultural conversation the work invites. They are how the work continues to be alive in the minds of the people who carry it. The radiation theory is a theory about The Simpsons. It is also a framework for thinking about the specific kind of institutional harm that is too ordinary and too economically entangled with the community it damages to be easily seen, named, or resisted. The coma theory is a theory about The Simpsons. It is also a meditation on grief and love and the specific human impulse to hold the people we love in the configurations they had before time moved them. The shooting mystery is a mystery about a cartoon. It is also a case study in how official conclusions are constructed and maintained, and why the gap between the official conclusion and the true account of events is a gap that communities often choose to protect rather than close. The theories are about the show. The show is about America. And America, as any 36-year ongoing cultural institution, will tell you in its own idiom, is a place worth thinking carefully about, even in the late hours, even half asleep, even with the television on, especially then, especially when the guard is down and the noise of the day has settled, and the specific, honest hour arrives when you are alone with whatever you have been carrying, and the screen is a window into something familiar enough to be comfortable and strange enough to be interesting. Springfield is there. It has always been there. The plant is humming and the cooling towers are cracking, and the fish have three eyes, and the oldest man in town is finishing his Thursday appointment and starting to glow softly in the woods. And somewhere down the street, the children are doing homework, and Marge is at the counter. And the beer is cold, and Homer is coming home through the door that will always be open for him. Because in Springfield, time does not pass, and doors do not lock, and families do not dissolve no matter what the environment has done to the biology of the people inside them. The loop is running. The family is intact. Come back whenever you need to. Springfield will be here. It always is. The show has been running for 36 years. And in those 36 years, every trend that was satirized has become reality, and every prediction that was accidentally made has been confirmed, and every theory that has been proposed by the communities of careful watchers who have given this show more attention than it was perhaps designed to receive has found at least partial support in the canonical record. And the show continues. The loop does not close. Bart does not turn 11. The cooling towers do not stop cracking. The fish do not develop normal biology. And we do not stop watching. Not because we have not noticed what the show is, but because we have noticed, and we have sat with the noticing, and we have concluded, each of us quietly and in the specific privacy of a late night and a familiar screen, that the noticing does not change the love. That knowing what Springfield is does not make us love the family inside it any less. That the theories and the contamination and the dream and the mystery and the conspiracy and the immortality and the shooting and the silence and the exile and the denial, that all of it laid out together in the long, honest accounting of a sleepless night leaves the essential thing intact. The house, the family, the specific, improbable, completely ordinary miracle of people who love each other, continuing to find each other at the end of every episode, regardless of what the episode contained. That's what we come back for. That's what the loop preserves. That's what the theories were always circling all along without quite being able to say it directly. Because theories are not love letters, and this, finally, is a love letter. From an audience to a show, from a show to a family, from a family, the fictional one on the screen and the real ones watching from couches and houses across the country and across the decades, to the experience of being together, briefly, in the specific warmth of a story that knows us and stays. Settle in. The loop is running. The plant is on. The lights are warm. Somewhere on Evergreen Terrace, a television is glowing blue in a living room window, and inside that living room, a family is together, and the world outside the window can wait until morning. Sleep well.